an honor to have you here. And as always, we will do a short intro, and we know it from the past years, most of the people will join a couple minutes late. So hello and congratulations that you are on time. And I'm not going to let you wait because we have an awesome program today. So to give you a little bit that you know where you go and how we are going to use this here, is we have basically the main room. You are in the main room at the moment. And when we start our program in 10 minutes from now, we are basically going to use our so-called room number 1, work, and room number 2, entrepreneurship. So you know already that we are talking about the future of work and the future of entrepreneurship, right? So if you want to have the program from Future of Work, it will be in room number 1. If you want to hear the program of Future of Entrepreneurship, it will be in room number 2. So you find on the bottom of your screen the so-called breakout rooms. And I'm going to share with you how you can get into these breakout rooms, but you will also have help in the main room. So always somebody from our team from CHC will be with you and can help you get into the right rooms if you don't know how to do it. So let me share my screen and let me show you how you can jump to breakout rooms later. So I hope you can see my screen. So everybody who has the camera on, this would mean, yes, I can see your screen. That's perfect. Thank you. This is why I need your camera on. Perfect. And you see, you have mute or unmute on the left side. We want to see your pretty face. It's right next to it. Then you have the chat on the bottom of your screen. You can give us reactions. You can give us reactions. What do I mean with this? You can do hands up or smiley or a heart or whatever. And the most important thing is breakout rooms. Yeah, so you see it on the bottom of your screen. If you don't see breakout rooms, you basically will see 3 dots and more. Okay, so if you don't see breakout rooms right away, you see these 3 dots and then more. Then just click on this and then you get to the breakout rooms. And then you can join our breakout rooms in a couple of minutes from now. Don't do it yet. Nobody is there. We are going to kick the event up now here in the main room. But for the future, you see what and where you're going to find this. Then let's stop this one more time. And we are having more and more people here. That's really great. So who joined us in the meantime? Hello, Florian. Hello, Alessandro. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Carla. I see you. Tim, I see you. Lawrence, Jeffrey Hazlett. Awesome that you are here, my friend. I'm looking forward to our first conversation. This will be massive. Christian, Mook, Stefan, Stephen. Wow. Walter, Angeline. Wow, that's really awesome. I see you guys, and everybody who has the technical opportunity, please turn on your camera because I can help you much more and you will get out the most out of this event if you have your camera on. Hello, Tanner. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Roland. Haile. Gidin. Wow, okay, now it's getting more complicated. Hi, Sophia, Janine. That's really awesome. We see you and we are happy to have you here with us. So what you can expect over the next 4 hours will be remarkable people and speakers out of the practice. So we put together a lineup for you from people who have massive track records in their life, in their business, and also when it comes to economy or even tough economic times or recessions. And this is why we brought these people up, because they can share their experience with you and you have the opportunity to engage with us. So I'm really honored to have all these great speakers today. So the first thing is thank you to all our speakers you will see in the next couple of hours. So hello and thank you to Rockwell Sheraton, John Pattison, Jeffrey Hazlett, Jeff Goldstein, Mario Koller, Marcy McGovern, and Katharina Schnitzler. You will see all of them in the next couple of minutes. And the next thing is a really, really great honor for me, because such a great event would not be possible without having great partners and great strategic partners. So today we have massive, massive support from 3 amazing partners. And I want to welcome them, and you will see more and hear more of them over the next couple of hours too. So first of all, HotMe with Jeffrey Turi Raka, great to have you here. E3 Performance Solutions, Raymond Cardinal and Jeff Trudgley, hello and welcome. And US Health Advisors, Lizer and Landry. So these are the people you can engage with, and you can reach out if you have any questions. So that's really, really awesome. And we also had a bunch of media partners, and we are going to show you them also in the future, like the Presse, the Startrampe, also Nicole Thurn, or Leadership, Mindful Leadership. So thank you for supporting our summit and helping us to kick this off. Good. I see more and more people already found the chat. So let's see who already found the chat. So on the bottom of your screen, use the chat button. Then on the right side, you see the chat function. And everybody who found the chat, please write something in that we know you found it, and we can help you engage with us. Found it. Hello. Found it. Great. That's really perfect. More. Yes. That's great. I see you. Stefan, I see you. Haile. Hello. Allah. Great. Tim, I see you. Carla, Sophia, Marie. Awesome. So you found it. That's perfect. And in addition to these awesome speakers and this awesome knowledge, you can expect a lot more, and especially you can expect a bunch of presents and gifts and goodies from our side. Why? Because we really, really want to help you get the best out of this event. And the best out of this event is by engaging with us, helping other people be successful too, helping your employees also have a better solution in the future. And we have a bunch of really cool things. So let's kick this off with the first present. Are you ready for that? Who is ready? Raise your hand. Who is ready? Jeff, Alessandro, Florian, Eva, Angeline, Stefan, Christian. Awesome. Awesome. Let me show you the first and amazing thing. Basically, guys, I was working on something over the last couple of weeks because I was thinking, okay, how can we help you the best way possible? And here it is, your gift number 1. So I basically wrote a book for you, especially for the people who are at the summit. We did not launch this before. It is not available on Amazon yet. It is not available for anybody else. It's just available for you. So it's the second ever that somebody gets the opportunity to get this book for free. And we want to give it to you as the first thank you that you are taking the time, that you are engaging with us, and that you are investing in yourself, and that you are investing in your business. So it's basically the entrepreneurial booklet where it is all about successful lead generation and sales mastery, and how you can grow your business and multiply your revenue. And when you're an entrepreneur, that's perfect. If you are in a company, a CEO or a head of HR and responsible for a bunch of employees, guess what? I would highly recommend get this free book. Why? Because all the tactics in this book are applicable for your recruiting and how you get the best talent into your company. And you will hear a lot more in my keynote in a couple of hours from now. So who wants to have the book? Just do what's on the slide. Just text book in the chat. and we are going to send it for free. And you don't have to buy it on Amazon in the next couple of days. So who wants to have the book? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, John, Eva, Alessandro, Wolfgang, Stefan, Ala, Marcy, John, Shidinma, Carlton, Stephen. Awesome. That's great. Good. Then I see a raised hand from Emmanuel. So what is your question? Just type it in the chat, and then we can help you with this. Good. Guys, we are right before kicking off our room number 1 and room number 2. So basically, I am going to jump right into room number 2 together with Jeffrey Hazlett, and we are going to have an awesome talk about recession-proofed business in the next couple of minutes. Plus, in room number 1, Katrina will join you, and you will hear an unbelievable start from Sean Pattison and Marcy McGovern, where they are talking about what else than AI, because it is all around the world and in every mind, and what's the benefits, but also the advantages, and probably also where we should think a second time about if this is really a good thing or not. So let's explain it one more time. We are jumping to room number 1 and room number 2 to start this off. So on the bottom of your screen, you have 3 dots. Click the 3 dots, and then you find breakout rooms. And room number 1 is all about the future of work. Room number 2 is all about the future of entrepreneurship. So let's go and see you in room number 1 or 2.
Has been featured on literally every network around the world. He has produced and directed some of the most successful entertainment shows on television, like Entertainment Tonight, The Doctors, and Dr. Phil. And in addition, John has a new baby, as far as I heard. He and his partners recently launched a new virtual production software company called The Astronaut Company. So welcome with me our very special guest speaker today, John Pattison.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Hello from Los Angeles. It's a pleasure to be here. Marcy invited me, and of course, I'm happy to be here. And as you said, my background is a long time in TV and film. I started my career, actually, I was a sportscaster when I had hair for NBC. And I actually started as a cameraman back before that when I was in college. So I learned from ground up how to create stories and narratives, which I've carried through my whole career. So I was on camera doing that. I came out to LA to host television shows and do my sports. And then I got introduced to the bigger aspect of creating TV shows and producing, directing, and writing. I did that for many years. I've produced and directed probably close to 2,500 hours of programs for the networks, for cable, for syndicated programs, and it's been a lot of fun. Then later, I got into the world of XR, which is virtual reality, augmented reality, virtual humans. I was an executive at a company called Digital Domain, and they are an Oscar-winning visual effects company. We did many of the Marvel films. We did Ready Player One, that film. And I got more and more interested in that aspect, which then turned into what I'm doing now, which is this new company we just launched a month ago called the Astronaut Company. And I and my partners, who are much smarter than I, are amazing in the world of what we call Web 3.0, which was called the metaverse, right? Which has kind of gone away in many aspects, but the world of Web 3.0, which is working in 3D aspects, is very much in play, which then brings in new technologies called virtual production. So if you see shows like The Mandalorian, Westworld, any Avatar, all the Marvel films, and Star Wars, those are all produced now with giant 40, 50-foot LED screens, and the whole workflow of the way you make a TV show and film has been changed forever because of this. The way that you can bring in new assets to these films and TV shows by way of game engines. The same game engines you make video games are now being used on the sets of Hollywood every day because they're interactive. And we have special equipment we put on the cameras that line up with these huge screens. So whenever the camera moves or actors move in the foreground, it's perfectly synced up. And it's still, when I see it, it's incredible because the visuals are so what they call photoreal that you cannot tell the difference. And that's why it's changing the way that we're working on film. And part of this obviously goes into AI. And I just got back from Las Vegas at what's called NAB, which is the National Association of Broadcasters. And there are about 80,000 people there. And it introduces all the new technologies. It continues. They had different aspects. They had one called intelligent content, how to connect, how to capitalize, and at all types of information. So it really was fascinating to see how far and how deep AI is. I'm sure all of you, everybody knows about Chat GPT, right? Everyone's tried it. Has you all tried it? Yeah. Well, the most popular download in history, the first 5 days, 1 million people downloaded it. And I just pulled the stats up this morning and it's mind-boggling. They're getting 25 million visits a day, right now. 619 million visits in January, jumped to 1 billion in March, right? This is unbelievable. And 1.6 right now. So it's just incredible. And it's going to affect everything in our life in some way. So I've been tracking, I think in the last 30 days, 1,000 companies have been formed just specializing in AI. So there's no question. I don't know if many of you see that TV show 60 Minutes. They had a huge segment on this past Sunday, and they had the CEO of Google on, and he said it is the most important advancement in the history of mankind. That's bigger than fire. It's bigger than electricity. It's bigger than everything combined, how it's going to affect our lives in very, very profound ways. And that's why Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, last month, and 1,100 other notables wrote an open letter to the AI community saying, let's put a hold on all development of AI because there are no boundaries on it. There's no regulation. There's no government intervention. And actually, Google and the big players, Microsoft, are calling for the government to please step in because the misinformation that is going to be readily available and put out there to the world, once it begins, you won't be able to stop it. So it's pretty profound, but there's a lot of good happening. I track some things. There's one really cool AI that I came across that I think is a fantastic idea. It's called Lore, Lore, Lore Machine AI. And what this does, it goes into all the publishers, all the TV networks and film studios that have old scripts, right? Books that haven't been published. And there are, probably millions of these books that are just sitting around that never been published, and movies that haven't been made from scripts. This Lore AI can take the scripts, analyze it, break it out into story structure, and then create the video, the audio, the music, the visual effects immediately. So you have you can have a version of that immediately. So if you have a writer that you have works you've never had published before, you can have it published, and they turn it into more like a graphic novel. But it's just incredible that this is popping up this way. And I have a list of these AI companies that are, and they're probably 30, 40 a day right now that are happening. So that's enough of my babble right now. But and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But I'm not an AI expert. I'm really more of the production creative side in terms of that. But I've always been fascinated by technology. And when I was involved with this company called Digital Domain, I got pretty deep into it because we were perhaps the world leader in the creation of virtual humans because of the Avengers. We did all the Avengers work and all the characters. Well, the reason why we did that, if you go back to 25 years, we did a film called Benjamin Button with Brad Pitt. You guys see that? And that was all about facial capture, right? Brad Pitt, going backwards in age or whatever. But the fact is that we have more data capture of faces than probably any company in the world. So we took all of these faces we've scanned over the years, put them into an algorithm of AI, and we created the first deep fake, so to speak, and it was absolutely freaked everybody out because you could not tell the difference at all. And this is probably about 7 years ago. And we actually had an internal discussion immediately about the ethics of it, because if we let that out, you could have Donald Trump saying he's going to drop a bomb on North Korea and you wouldn't be able to know. So those are the things we're dealing with in the future. But I think for the most part, AI can do an awful lot of good in so many ways. It's already detecting cancer for, in some cases, years before it would ever be even caught. So there's tremendous good on it. But as Elon Musk says, he believes that if it goes with government intervention, that it could be the downfall of the human race. And he's not alone in that belief, by the way.
John, can you explain what some of the potential, I don't want to say disasters, but I do want to say potential red flags that they are talking about?
Well, if you look at, we're doing a pretty good job worldwide of disinformation right now without AI, right? Just look at the elections and look at the propaganda that comes out, which is prolific anyway. And as much as the social media companies want to, say no, and Facebook and Google, it's very, very real. You add in this component and you won't be able to tell the difference. You really won't. And so the regulations that need to be set up and the safeguards for us will be really, really important because and is going at such a clip. Even the big boys, Google and Apple and all of them tell me that even they are about. Google, for example, said they're releasing only little snippets, and I think their AI is called Bard, B-A-R-D. And they said if they were to let it all out at once, society could not handle it. So, and that's what he said last Sunday, that we can't handle it. It's like, Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth, right? So that's what it comes down to, that it is that profound and that serious that we need to step into it. Now, in terms of day-to-day life, the way we interact, it's going to change our lives in the most significant ways because things will be taken over. And the worry about jobs being taken, the one thing they do say is that AI will not be able to replace creativity. So, I say, thank God, because if I'm a writer, but even that is being questioned now, that, that there's a certain level. I mean, I'm trying to think that, an example of the show, I'm talking about 60 Minutes, there are 6 words, and I can't remember what they were, but they're like folklore that Ernest Hemingway wrote, and they think it was a kind of an idea for a novel that he never wrote. So they put these 6 words into Google's, and it spat out the book in 5 seconds. And it had emotion in it. It had feelings that they thought could not be created by AI. And it was startling. It really was, because it was talking about, basically, I think the words were like slipper, shoe, baby. And basically it came down to that there was a married couple. She was infertile. She wanted to have a kid and she couldn't. And that was it. That's all we knew. And it spit out this novel in 5 seconds.
Wow. Can you also explain the real difference between AI and virtual reality? What is really the difference between those two?
AI, again, I'm not an expert, but I play one on TV, right?
Right.
The fact is that AI is, well, artificial intelligence. And actually, I'm trying to think that, and they call it generative AI. And that basically is algorithms that are created that basically create content, audio, code, images, text, video. There's another AI part of, it's called DALL-E, D-A-L-L-E, D-A-L-L-E AI, right? Play on the artist DALL-E, where it's text. You just say a word and it creates a visual, right? And Google has the same version of that, except it will not do humans. It will only do animals. So if you want to say, I want a rabbit with wings, it will create a rabbit with wings. But if you say, I want a person doing this, it won't do it because it doesn't want to have the people use that in the wrong way of a human doing something really badly, right? But I'm sorry, Marcia, what was the question again? Artificial intelligence versus machine learning or what?
Versus VR versus virtual reality. Really, what is the difference?
Yeah. Virtual reality is basically creating a whole world that you are immersed in. So it's created artificially totally. So you're inside that world looking around it in 360. Mixed reality is different from that, as is augmented reality. Augmented reality is taking almost a virtual world in some respects, but information and layering over the real world that we're living in right now. So it's basically a layer. And that's why Apple is about to come out, supposedly. I've been saying this for 3 years now. But they're getting closer for their mixed reality glasses, which are going to be a game changer. There's no question about it, because then you can be walking through, like with Ray-Ban glasses on, and you can search anything and pull up information that will display in the upper part of your glasses, but it won't be interfering with your vision. So you can be searching content, you can be looking, it'll give you referrals for restaurants near you, maps, anything you want, right? And then you can interplay if you want to, which I don't want to. You can bring in social media into this world as well. I've got enough social media in my life, right?
Yeah.
So, but again, it's just, right now you can do it in new cars. You can get a new car and your map will be using AR layered on top of your windshield so you can see where you're going as you're driving, right? So it's happening right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm dealing with a little bit of that now. You and I spoke about it with the veterans, but my last question is, because of all this new technology, is there less green screens going on? Not so much using green screen anymore?
Actually, that's very funny you said it, Marcy. That was my question going to this NAB. There's still a lot of green screens because that's the cleanest way to get images in the background. If you want to, they call it cutting out. And so it's still being used. But now, as you go up the food chain in terms of what's called volumetric capture, which goes back to like the Matrix. Remember, that's still the comparison. You see moving around them in slow motion that way. That's volumetric done. And you do that in what's called mocap. It used to be where you wear the suit, you get the sensors, and you have markers on. You have 126 cameras filming you from every single angle. And then you create what's called a wire mesh and you put it together, and that's how you make it, right? But that's changing. There's a lot of markerless capture now. In fact, our new company, the Astronaut Company, we just did a shoot up in Canada. We had no markers. And we actually have a new type of headwear system. It's called capture, head-mounted capture. And as a test, we used 5 iPhones, 5, Pro 14s, the new iPhones. And it was flawless. So the idea where we would, for Marvel, use these multi-million-dollar systems to taking 5 iPhones and put it in a headset, around your head, and you capture everything and facial expressions. And the quality is really good. I mean, it may not be the perfect as to, a Marvel film, but in terms of the cost coming down, the technology going up, that changes every single day.
Wow, that is so cool. Thank you.
It is really cool.
It's really cool. It's really cool. Okay, I'm shutting up and letting others ask questions for you because I know that you are on a limited time frame here. So does anyone
I
have any
wish I known
questions?
this is 4 hours. I would have,
I
but
know. Well, you
I
and I
have an
can continue,
appointment.
but
Yeah. I have
yeah,
an appointment, no, but I still have, it's 7:30 here in LA. So I have
okay,
a good 40 minutes here at least.
okay. Does
Sure.
anyone have any questions?
Yes, I think Dr. Tim Janza has a question.
I do. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. John, I got a question for you. So my understanding of AI is that it's only as good as the data that are being fed into it. And you mentioned earlier that you're a creative person. I think anybody who is really successful, even in business in general, would have a certain level of creativity. So I'm wondering if you foresee that AI down the road will actually be able to generate and create genuinely new things, because I think that is my understanding, that where the human mind is so much more superior than any kind of algorithm that currently exists. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for that, Tim, first of all. Well, let me give you an example. So again, when the CEO of Google was talking the other day, which, by the way, I didn't realize, when he was 12 years old, he was the #2 chess player in the world at 12. So one of the things he did at Google, he created, obviously, he wanted to see how good AI could be in chess. And I am not a chess player at all, but I do know that in watching all my Bobby Fischer films and all the other films and the great Netflix shows, right? That when you're taught chess, it goes back to the strategies of chess and playing chess that go back to the beginning of the game, right? And they're like very structured things. Well, what happened, they created this AI for this chess program. And there are two things that when you do AI, there's called supervised and unsupervised data, right? The way it's created. Supervised, it means man is involved, shoving in all this information, right? Unsupervised means after there's an initial part where humans are involved, the machine takes over, or machines take over, and they just feed on themselves, just taking content in. So this software that they create, or the algorithm, excuse me, for this chess program, they asked how many times did this chess program go actually play a game? And they said, we don't know, but we're guesstimating 200 million chess games it played, right? Analyzing every single move of every single game for 200 million games. And because of this, this algorithm came up with a new strategy that had never been done before in the history of chess. And the CEO played it and he lost in 5 moves. That, this guy's a world champion. And he said, and nobody will ever be able to beat this. And he made that statement. So, and there's another thing which no one talks about now. And I remember reading this about 6 years ago. Google at that time was probably by far the leader in AI research. And they had set up an algorithm, and they realized after X amount of time that there was communication going on between 2 algorithms, like 2 engines, they call it, right? And they didn't know what was going on. What had happened is that these 2 AI algorithms had created their own language, and they were talking to each other. And it freaked everybody out. So they shut down the project, and it never happened again because they thought it would get out of control, and it already was. No one talks about that one, right? I don't know if that answered your question, Tim. I'm sorry.
You did, John. Thank you. And because it kind of reminds me of the whole Shuhari principle, that from Japan, where Shu is like you just imitate what's already there. Ha, you've mastered it. And then you go to the re phase, which is basically you toss everything out of the window and create something absolutely brand new. And what you're saying, if I hear it correctly, is that this has already happened and continues to happen. And I wonder, of course, how does that affect work in general in all kinds of industries? So it's kind of scary, but also exciting.
Well, right now, a big thing and a huge thing in Hollywood now is perhaps the onset of strikes, right? The Writers Guild is in negotiation right now. The Directors Guild, of which I'm a member, end of the Writers Guild, and then Screen Actors Guild. These are all happening almost simultaneously. And Screen Actors Guild is leading, which is very rare. The DJ usually leads negotiations because they're pretty brutal. But the writers, the AI is a major component of negotiations, because the reason Chat GPT came out initially was because if you want to do a press release or you want to do anything pretty, nominal, it can just knock that stuff out in seconds. If you're doing a little blog, well, what happens when you get into the world of real scripted television or, movies? That's the deal. It's already being used in many aspects of entertainment, right? On the lower level. But what's going to happen when it creeps up to be able to create a novel in 5 seconds, a la Ernest Hemingway, right? I'm not worried about it yet because I'm not a good writer.
But I've got a project going. So,
Yes.
yeah. Does anyone else have some questions for John?
Now that I put you all to sleep.
No, it's fascinating what's going on. That's for sure.
It is. It actually, it's, again, like I said, I get these blogs that I'm in, and there's 30, 40 companies a day saying, oh, here's what we're doing. But what's amazing to me when I came back from this conference in the convention in Vegas was AI is mentioned everywhere. But at this, which is like one of the height of professional conventions, there are only a couple of AI companies that were front and center there. Obviously, Microsoft, and I had long discussions with them, but I was amazed how few there were. Now, people talk about how it's being infused in their workflow, but in terms of just flat out, because part of our astronaut company, we do have a software division that we are going to be creating software, primarily focusing on helping the general public create their own 3D renderings. So in other words, you can, the software we're creating, you can take your vase in your house, just do an easy scan, and you're ready to put it into the metaverse, if there's such a thing, or whatever area of 3D world you want to put it in.
Wow. Does that also mean that it's taking the place of CAD? All of that too?
Actually, no, CAD will be around. CAD, just to let you know, anybody, those are files that, like when you make a car, like we work with 8 car manufacturers, and now we just need CAD files, which are basically descriptions of everything. We can take these 2D CAD files and we can create a full 3D world around that, just having that. But now Google and Apple now have an ability where you can take your iPhone and just take a picture, and through their algorithm, you can put it through the system. It's not very good yet, but it's pretty good, where you can create a 3D avatar out of an image from your phone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Well, also, it's all about the, gamification. You know how big video games are around the world, and this is everything. Gamification is the term that people want when they create a product. They want to have some more added value to get more traction, stickiness, so people will stay on and play with it. So they create these applications where it almost turns into a video game, and that's part of what we're kind of working on too.
So cool. I'm fascinated.
It changes,
by this.
yeah. It's
fascinated.
I'm very fortunate. That's part of the reason why I still am working in Hollywood, is that, you just keep on pivoting and pivoting. I feel like I'm Madonna.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we had that conversation already.
Yes. Oh, Lady Gaga. That's better. How about that?
Lady Gaga. That's a better one. Yeah. Yeah.
Just for 1 ounce. But she's a good.
Somebody jump in. Anybody jump in?
Yeah, I will.
John's got a lot of knowledge here.
I got a lot of noise.
A lot of knowledge.
So I have a question actually. Do you think AI gonna be dangerous in the future? Because I work with AI every day, and I use like 16, 17 websites for AI. And
Yep.
so do you think it's gonna be dangerous? Because I think so.
Well, that's part of this conversation we're having, right? That's why Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak and 1,100, major players took this open letter saying that you need to, the governments of the world. And don't forget, it isn't just what they're calling on was not just, the AI companies to stop all research for 6 months, but they're also calling on the governments of the world. Because when you're looking at China, you're looking at North Korea, you're looking at all the bad actors in the world, believe me, they are all over this already, and they're using it already to flood the world with disinformation. And, really it can be deadly. But I think Elon and Wozniak, they're going to the far level, that they think that as smart as we think we are, that if these machines and these algorithms are left with no kind of boundaries at all, that it will just surpass us to the level where even we won't even realize it. Like I was saying with that story about, Google 7 years ago when they created their own language and they weren't even aware of it, except one guy caught there was some weird information going back and forth and they didn't know what it was. And they finally realized that they had created their own language and they stopped it. So just imagine that was 7 years ago. Can you imagine now? And it is very, the one thing that was interesting that Google, their AI amazingly is not based on search, which Google is all about search, right? And I think ChatGPT is based on search. So you ask a question, it will scour the internet instantly, right? And Google's version doesn't even use the internet. It's all based on the information that the humans put into it. And after a while, it then went on its own, searching all this stuff and taking the world's greatest novels and information and white papers and bringing it into their algorithms. So that's the difference, which is pretty significant. But yeah, I mean, I am concerned, quite honestly. I mean, I think people are looking right now, it's like the shiny new object right now. People love it and they go, well, hey, they just do a search. And it's like when you first got the internet and you Google your own name. Hey, what can I find out about me on the internet, right? It's kind of the same thing now. It's that kind of voyeuristic into it. But beneath it is a lot of potential, real serious issues.
Yeah.
You were totally right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Howard,
And
now,
so-
hey, is it Allah?
Yeah, it's an Egyptian name. So
I was good. Well, how are you using AI in your work?
everything. When it
What do you
comes
do?
to, I'm handling the marketing and the customer relations. So I'm using the emails and the marketing. I'm using emails, social media, posts, everything basically. Design also.
And what AI are you using? Are you using a specific AI?
I have, if I showed you my Chrome, it's full of tools. It's full of tools. Like it's just amazing. But at the same time, yeah, it might sound like very simple, very easy to use, but I'm really cautious about it because you just keep, posting information about people, about everything. It's so scary that, as I think in the future, I don't think it's gonna be that good in the future, to be honest with you.
Tell me how it's helping you and how much it has made you more productive than you were before.
First, it's time. Like it's if you're doing something for for 10 hours, I can do it in 30 minutes. Okay.
Really? Is
Yeah.
that a real number? 10 hours to 30 minutes?
Yeah. It reduced a lot of the time. It's amazing because it's a real number. I consider it a real number. Yeah. And for
Wow.
the value, it's amazing. The value is amazing.
So that's a perfect example of how AI can help day-to-day work and processes, right? It's all about the workflow, right?
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I'm really so scared about it. Like I love using it and I consider myself, I use it very good. But at the same time, I'm really cautious about it, to be honest.
You must be a hero at work, though. Your bosses must love you.
We can ask him later.
Now it's time. Go ask for that raise right now, man. Come on.
But it's as I told you, I was gonna bring up this question in the breakout rooms, but because I loved your talk, so I had to ask you also this question, because this is what I really feel about it. It looks very good now. Yeah, very good now. It's like it produced amazing work, but there's a dark side we're gonna see, I think, in the future.
It's like a pretty woman that seduces you, and all of a sudden you realize it's too late, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All of a sudden your bank account is empty and she's gone.
It's true.
If I may
John.
jump in one more time. So I'm, the first thing, of course, the first question that comes to mind is like, what are we going to do with all this time that we're saving, or we're potentially saving, right? How are we using this? Now, I think for employers, this is going to be an interesting question, especially when you pair it with this whole idea of hybrid work or remote work. What are going to be the expectations for employees in the future? But wanted to kind of go back one step, John, to what you said earlier. It seems like at least an interim solution is to keep the AIs and those algorithms separate, so they don't start talking to each other, because that could, it's almost like this idea of emergence, right? When you have a system that has reached a certain level of complexity, that it becomes almost self-aware. I know it sounds like science fiction, but it seems like we're getting pretty close to that. And then using, like what Alaa just said, using specialized AI or specialized services or algorithms for particular or specific tasks, to kind of separate them out. And that seems to be, like, in summary, a little bit what I've heard the last 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. But here's something yesterday, which I didn't realize. I'm learning. So the company I met with yesterday, and I'm trying to think, I think it was called Veritone, Veritone, I believe. They're based in Irvine, California, and they've gotten a ton of money. They've been around, I think, since 2016 or something. And they've bought a bunch of companies back in 20 and AI. But what I was talking to them, because as we develop our software, I was just curious, how are these bigger companies doing it? Well, I was a little surprised the way they explained it to me, unless I misinterpreted, was they actually it's a platform. It's an AI platform. And they have different, what they call engines, search engines, and like they have for Google, but these are AI engines. And I didn't really realize they classify it that way, as an AI engine. And they have an AI engine for like the military. They have an AI engine for police work. And I said, give me some examples. So facial recognition, right? So they have different aspects of that. They found that if you're doing just facial, sometimes it's not enough. So they go to ears. So if a person has a earring in their ear or a scar on their side of their face, they can recognize that. So, and then they go to bigger areas for security, for stadiums, when they see thousands of people coming through, and this is being utilized in China on every event, but they can recognize a convict. Oh, this guy go get him. And they do. They arrest somebody by facial recognition from a stadium, right? But they have it for all different sectors. So they have about 16 of these engines right now. So I said, you're saying that if I go and I create my own software, my AI software for whatever I'm doing, I can come and pay a fee and put it on your platform, and then you cross-pollinate all these different. He goes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So when I heard that freaked me out, right? When I hear, you mean military AI that is top secret is going to be maybe made available to mix with my 3D rendering, whatever. And I said, that does not sound good to me at all, right? So, but again, it's brand new. This is the wild, wild west right now. There's no question about it.
They're building a major AI facility here in Denver. They're almost done with it.
An AI facility?
Yeah.
Is it government?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. And the whole building is like glass. It's the weirdest thing ever. It's on
Oh,
one
you're
of the
never
base.
gonna get in that building.
Yeah, can't see what you're doing.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like
It's reflecting everything away from them. Oh, it's
Yeah,
not
it's-
us.
right. It's on one of the military bases. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Good
Wow.
morning, Marcy and John and everybody. This is Aaron Powell from Miami. I had a question regarding, because as we're talking and listening to all of this new technology with AI, I'm sure each of you are aware of, like, when we call into our banks or credit cards, they say you are now on a voice, detection, and you've been pre-screened and you're okay to move forward. So, my concern and issue and worry is that just recently I saw an article about a DJ who took Eminem's voice and then put together different lyrics, and he used it inside, like, just, it was live. The name is skipping me my brain right this second, but he's a very, very big DJ, and to me that's something like, now even with your voice, John, and I'm former NBC Universal as well from LA, now here in Miami.
Good for you, man.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on how do we protect our voice? As yours is very unique, mine is very raspy and specific, so I'm sure I can be duplicated pretty easy. How do we protect ourselves? How do we do, with this AI growing, evolving?
That is a real problem right now, and you do have a very unique voice there. You're a voiceover man. You get some voiceover work.
Let's connect. I'm available for it.
That's a big deal. There are scams, big time scams right now. In fact, it's so bad that the government is putting out PSAs, public service announcements, because particularly the elderly, because I forget the name of the company. There are two companies that I can literally put 6 words down, like say 6 words. It can then create a whole conversation with my voice based on 6 words, right? So now scammers are sending or calling up like grandparents saying and they have the granddaughter's voice or their daughter's voice saying, please, mom, send money, right? And to the people at home, it's as real as they're talking to them. Of course, you add that stress level that their loved one is in trouble, and this one, the nightly news did the whole thing about it. This guy had taken out $15,000, like his life savings, essentially, to give to the kidnappers. And somebody, the daughter or something, called and said, this is a scam, and caught them, right? But this is happening right now. So I don't have an answer to give you an answer of like how to protect yourself. Just basically, if someone calls you saying, you have to assume that it's not them, right? What you really do, if you can, call the person that's been kidnapped, if you can, the daughter or whatever. That's what they wind up doing. Their daughter actually picked the phone up and said, no, I'm fine, right? But
and you're right, John, as far as I have elderly family members that, when someone's calling for that, hey, this is your auto warranty, I tell them, hang up the phone, don't interact, don't say anything. If you say yes, that's one of the 6 words that they can, implement to create that.
Yes, exactly right. And there are prompts, and they want you to get it, It's even with emails. They want you to say things in emails that you would never, that's why the phishing is just, I don't click on anything. In fact, I got hacked really badly recently on my phone, and it was bad. I mean, it was really bad. And I called my buddy, who's one of the top security guys in the business, right? And he doesn't even answer the telephone. He doesn't take phone calls. I go, excuse me, how do you? He goes, and if I get a text, I immediately have a security question. How do I know you? This is to me. I've known this guy for 20 years. How do I know you? How do we meet? Right. And if you don't answer, he deletes it. So so he talks on Messenger only, or WhatsApp or Telegram that are encrypted, right? He doesn't take phone calls on his telephone. Well, how do you do business then? But he doesn't. That's how paranoid. He doesn't ever put anywhere online where he is. Like, on Facebook, you have check-ins. Hey, I'm checking in, but this new resort. He doesn't do any of that because people are tracking. And if it weren't for Apple, I lived at like the Apple store near where I live for like 6 days, and they were instrumental in helping me.
We're twins because July of last year I was hacked. 96 passwords. So, you know, it was something that, like you said, it was either not an email, it was something that was even higher level than myself from a security perspective. And coming from NBC Universal, you know how we protect, you know, your PII, personal identifying information, and all the things that anyone that interacts with us have to make sure we, you know, we do the checks and balances. So I appreciate that. And I just, like I said, I would recommend just hang up the phone if you do answer it. I won't do the paranoid part, but you can.
Well, I think I got hacked through Instagram. That's what after all was said and done, they got in through Instagram.
Okay. I believe it. And that's part of Facebook or Meta. So they're not 100% protective of our data as well.
Oh, it's like, well, that's how they make the money. They sell it all. I mean, they all sell the data. And so if anybody thinks we're not our data, that we're home free, there's no way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's been an interesting topic.
No problem, Aaron. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
So John,
And on that positive note,
right? How are we doing on time?
I got about, I would say 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to ask John?
I would step in for one question maybe. I think we all concerned about this issues, how we could say, is it real or is it a fake? And even this AI is a big solution for some people like Ellen. 10 hours in 30 minutes, it's ridiculous. But where really this dangerous points in the step where we could say, is it real or is it really fake? So you said you could create things you never believed before. And how could we say, okay, how could we see it in different ways where we could be safe as persons as we here?
Well, I think what's happening now, I know for a fact that it all comes down, I believe, to what they call metadata, the data that is inside the videos, right? There are companies that are developing detective software that will be able to read this metadata immediately and tell you if it's real or fake, or if it's been manipulated, right? So there are companies doing that right now in a big way, just for that reason. But in the meantime, you know, as Aaron was saying, there are, you know, you can take my audio, you can take my voice, you can correct it. They actually took, this has been going on for a while. They took one of the correspondents for NBC and they took a couple of words and they created a conversation, right? All prompted. And the correspondent called her best friend on the telephone and said, hey, and the conversation went through. There was a little delay. Like if you're really listening to a conversation, there's a little bit of delay. And anytime I hear a delay of literally even a split second on the telephone, like when you get it, you answer your phone and it's seconds before you hear anything, I hang up before I even hear anything, right? But even in a conversation, if there's any kind of halt or pause, you know it's fake, right? Because then it's just catching up to it. But anyway, the friend, you know, just thought she was not speaking quickly enough. And she believed the whole conversation. They called her back and said that entire conversation was fake. So to your point, Florian, it's just, I guess, just beware, right? Operator beware, right? For a while.
But if you could not say, okay, it looks so real, even with take this new ABBA concert in London with this holistic
the
concert,
holograms
concert. You couldn't even see a difference between the old guys. Okay, now they are really old and they are shown in a younger age, but you could create even the old persons in this real time, and you didn't see a difference.
Oh no, so the company I came from, Digital Domain, I don't know if you're familiar, the most famous hologram done to this point was Tupac, right? Tupac was done at Coachella 8 years ago. We did that, right? And he was dead for 5 years, I think, when we did it. and we did it at Coachella, and he came up from the stage, and it's a different tech. It's actually a technique that's been around for like 100 years, but we just did it to a different level. And people go, "See, I told you he was real. He's right here." And it was, we got a body double. We put him in a mocap suit, so he could mimic the moves of Tupac, and we just put Tupac's face on this body, right? And it was amazing. And and then I actually did holograms with the artist Her, Her, Her. So I went to New York and we shot her. She's amazing. She's won like 8 Grammys, but she also is a virtuoso. She plays like 6 instruments like Gaga. So we filmed her on one side of the stage playing her bass, then the other side of the stage playing a keyboard, and then she came out live just wailing on her guitar. She's a great guitarist, right? So there's 3 Hers on stage performing with each other, right? And it was unbelievable. But that was years ago. Now it's even gone beyond that. So the technology has gotten better. The quality has gotten better. Part of the company that I'm telling about that we did, one of our great strength is taking these huge files. Like when you create something for Marvel, $40 million they're paying to have these characters created, right? But once you create it, it just sits there. So my whole thing was, how do you repurpose these huge files and amazing work you've done to be able to bring it down and put it on your iPhone, right? That's what we have done. So we have a compression technology to take these huge files and bring them down to put them on Instagram or your iPhone. So that's, and you can create AR ads, which we do on Instagram, where you can open up a BMW, go inside the BMW, look around, close the door, come outside, all in an AR ad.
Hey, John, I was at Coachella.
You weren't
And
there for Tupac, were you?
Yeah, I was.
Were you really?
And I was, and this girl
That's
next to me,
unbelievable.
started crying because she thought he was back from the dead.
Oh, we had, after it happened, they wanted us to bring back John F. Kennedy. They wanted us to bring back, once I left, I actually brought a project in, which we didn't see to fruition at the time, with Martin Luther King, which they basically did later after I left. And they recreated the I Have a Dream speech with Martin Luther King in virtual reality. And it's unbelievable because they found the original audio from that speech, which had been gone since he gave the speech, and they found it in a closet somewhere, had it master restored. And because the audio was perfect, they Time Inc. wanted to do this. So that's what we did.
It's incredible. Did you have anything to do with the Michael Jackson, that whole thing
No, we
going on
don't
in
talk
Vegas?
about that because that was terrible. No, that
Okay,
was
good.
no, that was
Okay, good.
I know
I
exactly
didn't
who did
think
it,
so.
but the people who know
Yeah.
about it, it was really poorly done. So
Yeah, I
that
saw
was
that
my
too.
opinion.
Yeah, well, you must have seen it, and I saw it as well, and it was not good.
Well, if you looked how they used it, they always stayed in a wide shot. They never went for any medium
Yeah.
shot close-ups because
Yeah.
it would fall apart.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay, good. I didn't think you were involved. So good. No, but
But
that
no, the
Tupac,
technology is coming. It's coming to the point now where we'll be able to create our own holograms ourselves. We'll be able to scan ourselves with our cell phones, just head to body, or have someone do it. And then immediately I'll have what's happening really now. I could scan myself and there'll be a 3D version of me that I can stick up anywhere in the virtual worlds.
it's
So getting back to
intense.
getting back to Fiona, how do you know it's real? Pretty soon you're going to be able to take, if you've professionally captured high-end stuff for Hollywood, the super high-end stuff for Marvel. Well, let me give you an example, even a digital domain, because the quality is so perfect that we were owned by a Chinese company out of Hong Kong. And so the biggest superstars in Asia were flying over to have us scan them because they wanted to be alive forever. And you can be. So once you're scanned, That's, what I'm totally brain dead. The Tom Hanks film, about chocolate. Forrest Gump.
A Forrest Gump.
Same thing, they put Forrest Gump into these scenes. You can do that, right? And so they scan themselves. So when they're dead, their estate can keep on working. I mean,
Yeah.
we were talking to Elvis Presley's estate about creating a Las Vegas show of Elvis. Now,
So intense.
I mean, who wouldn't go see
Unbelievable.
Elvis in Vegas if you thought it looked pretty good, right? I would.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, back to Michael Jackson, if that was done right, you'd have people lining up.
Correct. Yeah. Well, I can tell you one thing. I was involved with the Super Bowl in the NFL 4 or 5 years ago. I think it was 2000 when they had it in Minneapolis. And when we were first brought in with the Super Bowl, the first thing I said, well, we have to bring back Prince. We have to bring
I
back
was
Prince.
just,
We have to.
Yep.
And I said, I'm a huge Prince fan, just huge.
Uh-huh.
And Minneapolis. And when you walk into the US Stadium, which is their football stadium, there's a huge mural of Prince right there. He was a big fan, right? And also the greatest halftime show ever done in the Super Bowl was Prince singing Purple Rain in the rain. It started raining. And it's the greatest halftime show ever, right?
Yeah.
And I said, this is perfect. So I pitched the NFL. They go, we love this. And we did too. They said, this would be the greatest halftime show in history, right? And then his estate said no. And they didn't give us a reason. They just said no. So we couldn't do it.
Wow. That's a shame.
That would have been a fun one.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was
So,
too bad.
yeah. Yeah. So again, does anyone have anything else? Because I know you're clocking out here in a
I
minute.
just wanted to say the DJ was Calvin Harris that used.
I was going to guess that. That's the only big time DJ like that,
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the
Calvin's gotten in enough trouble,
Yes, he has.
Wasn't there an Aaron, another guy, David, is it Guetta?
David Guetta, I believe, also did it. He probably was the one that just most recently was aired or talked about.
Oh, okay.
Calvin Harris did it as well, but David Guetta was the one that was most recent.
He replicated Eminem's voice, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the director of all of Eminem's music videos from day one is a friend of mine, and I brought him into a project. And actually, he helped me do that Super Bowl thing. This guy is very, very talented. And after we did our test, we did all these tests, in research. Justin Timberlake was the talent for the halftime show then. This is the one after his malfunction, his costume malfunction with Janet Jackson. And but we did everything. We created all these AR figures. So we tested all this stuff. How do you take it from the screen, bring it out of your halftime show to have him dancing on your coffee table, right? And Pepsi paid for everything. So we had a Pepsi, you open the Pepsi can, and he pops out dancing on the can with fireworks coming out of it, right? So, and then we went to a mural. We did all these tests. We went to a mural in the stadium in Minneapolis. And as you walk by the mural on the wall, just painted, of a painting, he just pops out of it and he starts dancing. And you can take a picture with him, for social media, take a video of you dancing with, Justin Timberlake, sponsored by Pepsi. And then it goes out to social media, right? And this was 6 years ago. So just imagine what you can do now.
That's amazing. That's so cool.
It was cool. Pepsi freaked out. Of course, it went from like an $8 million project down to like $100,000.
No.
I go, that's great, but we're not going to pay that much. Are you kidding me?
Seriously? I think it's the coolest idea.
It was great. And we spent
Yeah.
a lot of time, but also R&D, you have to have what are called cues. If you want to take something off a TV screen, everybody's TV screen is different because the lighting is different. How you have it situated in your living room is different, right? So the reflections are different. So we realized we had to put up some kind of markers. So we put like NFL logos, in the corner of each screen. and the camera could recognize that and pull it out of the screen.
Incredible. Really,
It's fun.
really.
I mean, it is fun. I
Yeah.
gotta admit, you come across some projects, you go, this will be fun. We're in discussion right now. I can't say, but with a major sporting league right now about some stuff, and the technology's changed. We can, with special cameras. Well, actually, and the NHL, National Hockey League, they just did something different. They're trying to attract a younger crowd, like, because they're younger kids just aren't, so they're trying to bring in younger audience. So they took, and they have cameras in every single arena, and they're filming, the players. What they can do now, they can actually film individual players with these cameras, and then they can create avatars, real-time avatars, so they can have the real game and a cartoon game simultaneously. So as a player skating, the cartoon character is skating the exact same way because it's the same player, except now he's a cartoon animated character as opposed to live action. So they did this, and they turned into a giant cartoon hockey game, and the reactions were very funny. I can't say because we're a PG family here, but one guy said, "I don't want to watch these effing Teletubbies. What's going on here?" But in theory, the idea was to get a new audience and try new technologies, and it was incredible because the pro sports in the NBA and in the NHL, their uniforms now have digital chips built into them, so you can track them. So that way they can make more money. They can find new ways to gamify everything.
So I think it's safe to say that you're not going into tax accounting or something like that anytime soon, right? You're having too much fun.
Yeah, I'll be selling used cars next week.
Right.
Very profitable.
Right.
In this day and age,
Yeah.
it is.
It is. It is.
But I do need to jump off, Marcy.
Yep,
But,
I know.
I thank you, everybody, for listening and participating here. But I really want to know what each one of you do. Can you do that really fast? Tell me what your worlds are, what you do for your jobs. And like Tim, what is your area of expertise?
I come from higher education initially. I'm actually not working right now, and I'm transitioning into this whole idea of future of work and supporting hopefully institutions through some kind of consulting activities down the road.
God. Well, guys, I'm on LinkedIn if everybody wants to connect, Marie,
Awesome.
what do you do?
I
Can you
am
hear me?
currently between positions. I was working with a company that
So,
does
John, thank you very much.
healthcare support, and I'm really interested from a video production standpoint on the AI piece because I'm now with another startup and we need to promote the company. So I'm intrigued by some of the AI prospects for doing the promotional video work and marketing pieces.
Well, I can tell you, I'd suggest go on LinkedIn. They have a couple of really top influencers that have huge followings, and they put out like a daily newsletter on AI, and it's excellent.
Thank you. I'll check that out.
Florian, what do you do? I'm just trying to get a quick thing. Marcy, I'm sorry, and
No.
Katarina, I'm sorry. I'm just curious what people do.
No worry. I'm a consultant for corporate health, for dangerous goods, for fire support stuff of companies. So it's pretty big in total, but to have an overview for every company.
Did you say dangerous foods?
Dangerous goods.
Oh, dangerous goods. Okay. I was gonna no,
Yeah.
there's definitely AI for dangerous foods. That's why I said that.
That's also
Yeah, don't have my cooking.
yeah. Could be sometimes it could be dangerous, definitely.
Actually, I'm a pretty good cook, so I'll stand by that. And Aaron,
Yes, sir. So I actually am a supply chain or procurement consultant, but I'm also opening or starting some drop shipping through various platforms as far as, e-commerce. So evergreen products, and also diving into some high fashion things. And I'm using a lot of Instagram or Shopify and all these different platforms. So I'm trying to consolidate it in, but basically I'm here I help people save money and improve their bottom line with my skills from NBC and some of my other Fortune 100 companies.
You could be a room number 2, couldn't you?
I sure could. I got a lot of different things up here.
It's like Monty Hall. Let's make a deal. 1, 2, or
That's it.
3.
Right. And that's, I chose this one out of like, you know, I know what I'm doing as far as my entrepreneur stuff. So let me hear what's happening on the work side. So, and I'm grateful I came in. Thank you. I will connect with you on LinkedIn.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Stefan, I'm just curious. What everybody's, we know what Marcy does. She does everything.
Hey, John. Actually, I'm CEO of a service provider company in the pharma industry in terms of quality management, drug safety, regulatory actions, and so on, based in Austria.
Are you using AI right now for that?
Not yet, but it will have a huge impact. It will be a big discussion because in pharma, everything has to be validated. So I'm really curious about how this will be dealt with. But it will have a huge impact on our work and our services and the whole industry for sure.
I can probably rest assured that they are so deep in it right now. I direct a lot of commercials for pharma, and it's not fun having 25 lawyers on the set.
Yeah.
You know, and no, don't say the, say the. Oh, okay. Now get off, right? But the AI is going to be massive in pharma. I think it just have to be, and I would imagine there probably are companies right now you could probably bring into your workflow and utilize.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Is it Rudy? Rudy?
Yes, Rudy.
I don't want to butcher people's names, you know, because no, it's
No,
not
it's
Rudy,
okay.
it's Rudai.
Yeah, I'm actually a sports scientist based in Vienna, Austria.
A sports artist?
Scientist.
Scientist.
What scientist?
I love it.
Yeah. And I started a project with the University of Graz and a colleague who is a psychologist in workplace health promotion.
Have you utilized AI at all in what you're doing?
Not at all, but we are thinking about utilizing it.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty significant in what you're doing. That's great.
I think we have to utilize it at some point because it's going to be, you know, reality very, very soon, I guess.
Yeah, otherwise you'll be looking in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. And we know, well, Katerina, what do you do in your, I guess, the day-to-day, what is your world?
I'm a management and business consultant, and I work with clients from various industry fields and from service area, from health sector, and so on and so forth, particularly on organizational development topics. But I'm also a coach and management trainer and supervisor. So yes.
Wow.
I'm basically doing everything. So
that is, you are quite the entrepreneur. When in Hollywood, we call it the hyphenate. Like I'm a producer, hyphen director, hyphen writer. You're a hyphen, 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 hyphen.
It's true, yes.
And is it Stones Puff? Oop, you're on mute, I think.
Don't ask me. I just used Zoom on my iPad, and now it's Stone's Pet. So it is the name of my device.
Oh, it is. I was going to say, that's an unusual name.
My name is Christian Steiner, and Stone and Stein. In German, Stein is stone. And so my call name is Stone, and I use that for myself, my devices, and so on. So that's why I am Stone's Pet.
I got it. Well, nice to meet you. What is your world? What do you do?
Very nice to meet you all here. I have 4 jobs, so I'm a little bit different. So at first I have a management job in lean management and IT in the factory on my site. In the company, in the big worldwide company, I have the honor and the privilege to do 7 habits trainings, so the 7 habits of Stephen Covey, and highly effective people, and also thinking into results from Bob Proctor, all around the world. So I really do these trainings in Singapore, in Mumbai, Kuala Lumpur. So I really enjoy visiting the world. And I have my own little company with digital lean management tools. So idea management, where every blue-collar factory worker can bring in his ideas very easy with his phone. And I defined my purpose of existence as helping people and company, and especially people, to get better.
That's fantastic. I love that. And I love Bob Proctor. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, me too. So I always have my, then you know the ABC goals. I have my C goals every
There we
time
go.
I write it every week. Personnel and
That's
professional.
fantastic.
Start
Wow, we
with
got
a
a bunch of
thankful approach. So just be thankful for what you have, and then work for what you desire.
wow, we have some real entrepreneurs here. This is fantastic. And Jeff, and then I got to jump after this. I'm sorry. I don't know if Jeff's there or not. Maybe not.
Ala, did you want to say?
No,
Did
I
you
just
wanna
want
say
to
something?
thank John for this amazing speaking, and I really loved it, and I wish it can go for hours. And by the way, I'm an actor also in Egypt. I made like 6 TV shows, and I made like
Oh,
3.
good for you.
Yeah, so I'm more interested also in the entertainment part of yours.
Well, I tell you the one thing I didn't talk about. I created an online course that I'm in the middle of launching just for this reason. Whenever I speak at expos, whatever, I'm asked, hey, how do you break into Hollywood, right? How do you do that? So I created a course called The Inside Man, meaning me, because I've been inside the entertainment business for 35 plus years.
Yeah.
And it's how to break into Hollywood, right? So I have an hour and a half of videos that I produced like a TV show. And we're just about to launch that because it's basically, being, if you don't have the resources, how to be resourceful, right?
Sure.
So that's what it comes down to. And I've spent a lot of time. I spent more time producing it was the easy part, right? For me, but creating the back end platform to get it out there, make it automated and all that stuff has just been unbelievable. But it's been fun because just like you were saying, I did it because I want to help people. It's just that there's certain things you can do that apply across the board. So what was your most memorable role so far out of your TV shows?
Well, I'm most of the time I'm the bad guy. Okay, so it's about.
Oh, you're a thug. You're the drug dealer.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, especially when it comes to being with many women and just drugs and stuff like that. I don't know why. Well, look, maybe I look.
That's called typecasting.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe, by the way, because maybe I look different in Egypt. I look more European than Egyptian. So maybe they have like certain roles for me, which I don't like. But yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the case.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of filming in Egypt. People don't realize that. There's a lot of filming over there.
True. It's the best in the Middle East. Yeah.
I actually just gave a virtual talk in Nigeria, and they call it Nollywood down there with an N.
True.
And we got Bollywood and all that other stuff. But anyway, I need to go, everybody. I gotta get. But you know what, Marcy, if this thing's still going on, if it's 4 hours, I'll probably jump back on again when I get back from this appointment.
Okay, you know what? Just text me.
Okay.
And let me know where you are.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, John.
Nice
Thank
to
you
see
so much
everybody.
for being here. Thank you.
No problem. I'll
Thank
talk to you later.
you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
So, okay.
And Ala, Katerina and I are going to remember what you just said.
Yes, of
about
course we will.
your typecasting.
Okay.
To let you know.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, delighted to hear that.
Right.
Yes, that's true. So, okay, great. We are a little bit over time. However, it doesn't matter. It was a very interesting discussion and a very insightful talk of John. We were really happy to have him on board. And now we will continue with a topic completely different. It's going to deal with mental health or healthy business and healthy employees. And I have the big pleasure to introduce myself to you as the next speaker. So as I just mentioned before, my name is Katharina Schnitzler. I'm a senior management and business consultant with more than 15 years working experience in different business sectors like automotive, innovation, service and health sector. And I'm mainly focusing on organizational development, but I'm also a coach and a management trainer supporting my clients and their employees on various company issues. So I will quickly share my screen with you so that I can show you the presentation. And so can you see my screen? Can you just simply nod or give me a sign? Or yes, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, great. So before we start, because this is going to be an interactive workshop and we're going to use the chat tool, okay? So, and I really would like to invite you to make use of it as well. So just to make sure that you really know where to find it, can you please type something into the chat? Great, wonderful. Something wonderful, even better. Hello. Okay, great. I'm glad that you found that. So let's start ahead. So as mentioned before, mental health, this is like a really big issue nowadays. And, you know, in my day-to-day work, my clients keep asking me, but well, you know, because what can we do to support the mental health? So how can we maintain our structures healthy and so that our employees stay healthy and they stay with us, in fact, that we don't lose them, you know? However, the question is, why do companies have to do with mental health of the employees? Because if they don't, they will get a reduction of productivity. The job satisfaction will not be sufficient or appropriate. There will also be physical health effects of the employees. And in fact, it also affects the workplace culture. So therefore, for today's workshop, I have prepared a few strategies that I deem to be very important for organizations, but also for employees to promote the mental health. And I offer you an evaluation system of your current situation that you have in place to promote mental health. And you will also find out, if you join us here at this workshop, which angles are the most crucial ones for you within or inside your company to start with, okay? So let's go ahead. Strategy number one, the strategies for organization, is to encourage open communication. In fact, one of the most important things that organizations can do is to create a safe and supportive environment where employees feel comfortable sharing their mental health struggles. That means encourage open communication, make sure that employees know they can reach out for support if they need it. So, and now it's already the first task for you. Imagine a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 means very poor and 10 means very good. How do you rate the open communication within your company? And now please write down the number in the chat. I'm really super curious about your evaluation. 1. Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that. 10. Wow, great. Seems to be a good company you're working for. Rudy, 8. Great. 1. Okay. Diana, thank you. Christian, 5. Okay, in the middle. Okay. One of the main reasons you left. Last company was 1. Okay, great. So you can keep typing if you want to. We will continue with strategy number 2. So number 2 is the offer of mental health resources. Well, in fact, many organizations nowadays already offer mental health resources, such as employee assistance programs or a confidential counseling service, which could be an online or in-person coaching. And other resources could also include mental health seminars or workshops focusing on stress management or mindfulness techniques. Now, again, on a scale from 1 to 10, what would you say? Where do you rate your company regarding the offer of mental health resources? Can you please write it again into the chat? Great. Thank you, Tim. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Diana. Thanks, Rudy. Thank you, Christian. However, Christian, I remember last year you had in fact a lecture on mental health, or let's say promoting mental health of the employees. So probably one, you're very strict with yourself now.
Yeah. The one is because I have my hobby psychologist sofa in my office, and everybody is coming to my office to talk. But we don't have it on a professional basis. But really, I think that we need to work on that very hard, because currently also with the crisis coming in again, and the orders are not coming in like they should. This is a big topic here, and we don't have it on a professional basis. So we have it maybe in teams, in some teams, but I think the people can't go anywhere.
Okay.
But that's what I meant.
Yes,
So,
I perfectly understand. That's a very big issue, and that's actually something that we have also been experiencing since the beginning of COVID. That the situation is nowadays much worse than it has been a few years ago in terms of stress, in terms of yes.
Yeah, it is indeed. And the good guys get all the work, and the not so good, don't call them bad guys, the not so good guys have the funniest life in the company. So that's a trend we have to fight.
Okay. Tim, would you like to say something?
Yes, just a quick comment. First of all, thank you for bringing up the whole issue of psychological safety. I think that's extremely important, and many companies certainly are, there's a lot of growth opportunity there. But one of the things that I've noticed is the stigma of seeking mental health support, especially here in the US, and I'm in the Southeast, where it's a little different culture. It is something that even if opportunities are there and those services are being offered, actually taking advantage of them is an issue, and a lot of people are very hesitant to do so. And so I don't know if there's maybe a geographic difference, that it's different in different countries, but that's just one thing that I have observed down.
That's an interesting remark, Tim, because we always said, no, we are not American. And in the US, it's more common. Then we are even worse, I think, than you were telling, because it's very, very, very sensitive here too. And don't talk about it if you have problems. So I'm trying to break it up. It works fantastic in my own company, because in my own departments, because everybody knows when something is going on. But I'm really surprised that you said that as in US, it also a little bit.
Thank you, Tim, for bringing this up. This will also be like spoiler, this will also be one of the strategies, like to reduce the stigma around the topic. Okay. But thank you for bringing this up. This is great. So let's go ahead. The next strategy is to promote the work-life balance. So, burnout is nowadays a very common issue that can lead to mental health challenges, and make sure to encourage employees to take breaks and to prioritize self-care. Also consider offering flexible work arrangements, such as remote work or flexible schedules, to help employees balance their work and their personal lives. So again, I may invite you to write into the chat the number where you would rate your company regarding the promotion of the work-life balance. What would you say? Okay, Christian, thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thanks, Rudy. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Diana. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Diana. It's doesn't seem to be very easy in your company.
But then you have to be proactive, Diana.
Yes.
You are the master of your own life. Change it.
Okay, so let's continue. The next strategy is to educate managers. In fact, managers, they play a very critical role in promoting mental health in the workplace. They need to be aware of the signs and the symptoms of mental health challenges, and they also need to know how to support employees who may be struggling, like Christian, you before mentioned, that everybody's coming to you and you somehow manage to help your people. So in fact, also consider providing training to managers on how to support employee mental health. Again, I invite you to type in your scale where you would rate your company regarding the awareness of your managers for mental health issues. Okay, thank you, Tim. Thanks, Carla. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Christian. Right. So, and last but not least, we have already been talking about the topic of the stigma. Really try and do your best to reduce the stigma, because finally it is really important, as Tim has already mentioned before, to reduce the stigma around mental health challenges in the workplace. This can be done either through education campaigns or through awareness campaigns that promote mental health as a critical aspect of the overall well-being. So what would you say? Again, I mean, I know this is a little bit a tricky question, but however, regarding the reduction of the stigma for mental health, where would you rate your company? How much is your company already doing in order to reduce the stigma around the topic? Again, I invite you to type in your numbers into the chat. Okay, thank you. Lots of talk, but no action. Yes. That's also a very big issue nowadays, right? It's not enough to only talk about, right? You need to do something, and you need to be very proactive on this topic. Okay, thank you, Christian. Thank you, Rudy. Thanks, Carla. Great. So now the summary. Okay, we have had the 5 most important strategies for organizations nowadays to to deal or to foster the topic mental health and to remain or to provide for mental health structures within the company. However, there are also, mental health, it's not only a company issue, it's also an individual issue. And there are also certain strategies that each one of us and each employee can keep in mind. So I just would like to show you, because we're a little bit running out of time, right? I'd like to show you a very quick summary. Number 1, please take care of yourself, because the truth is, if you don't take good care of yourself, nobody else will do. And number 1, when you're already taking good care of yourself, please also look out for colleagues where you somehow have the impression that they are not, they are somehow struggling or they might need help. Sometimes it already helps to tell them, look, I'm here for you. I have also already been going through some difficult phases. If you need somebody to talk, I'm here for you. And the third point, the third topic is speak up. So if you recognize that the workplace culture is not really supportive of mental health, speak up and talk to your manager, to the HR representative about the importance of mental health. And like in combination of the strategies for the organization, strategies for employees, we will make the companies outside there more healthier, and therefore we will provide for healthier workplaces for the people. So as I mentioned before, you now put in your rates into the chat, which is great. So thank you very much for your numbers that you gave me. And if you take now a look at those, I would recommend you to particularly focus on the ones where you had very low grades. So like lower than 4, okay? Those are the core issues where you can start with. Those ones are your top A priority. Then the top B priority would be the ones around 4, 5, 6, where you have already been, recognizing some effort and some topics which are already in place. However, there's still room for improvement. And then finally, congratulate yourself on the ones where you have a score of 8, 9, or 10. So, however, there's always room for improvement, right? And the truth is, every one of us can contribute to promoting mental health at the workplace. So from my side, thank you very much for your participation, for your very active participation. Do you have any questions or any inputs you would like to share?
Thank you for your input. I just like and loved line number 1, because in my trainings I'm allowed to do all around the world. I always ask, what is your most important person in your life? And every answer other than myself is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. That's because a good one.
Even if you're, I'm a dad of 8-year-old and so on, and my son is above everything. But if I am not in a good shape and I'm not clear with myself, I cannot be a good father. So it's always myself.
Yes, it's true. You're absolutely right, Christian. So Tim, any final comments from your side?
Yes, if we have time. Katharina, thank you for bringing up culture earlier, because one of the things that I've noticed is if there is a leadership and management culture that doesn't really focus on the mental well-being of our employees, then we have a huge problem, because it's very difficult to get any of those initiatives through. One of the things is, like at my previous employer, which was a university, very traditional, there was almost like this unspoken rule of, well, if they only did what we tell them to do, there wouldn't be any mental health issues. And that is very pervasive, especially like in the higher education sector, which also goes very much counter to really contemporary employee expectations. I mean, employees today are very different from how they were and what they expected from work before the pandemic. So these are extremely important issues, and thank you for bringing them up.
So thank you very much. Thank you. It was so great to have you here today. And I would suggest let's close this session for now, and let's move to the main room. There is now a break and a networking opportunity. Feel free to... Yes, Aaron, yes, of course.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for 2 seconds, but I wanted to also thank you for bringing this up. And, you know, it's definitely a cultural difference in the different countries that are on right now. And I appreciate what Dr. Tim said as well. Company, and I did not put as many numbers inside the questions because I kind of work independent as a consultant now, but my previous company did a good job at trying to make it available. However, there is a stigma against, you know, anyone in this country that, oh, you're going to see a therapist, or they think you're taking medication. Instead, you're just trying to get helpful tools to be able to manage the stresses that are put on. And I want to say, call it out, Americans. It's this American dream is not the same as what it was hundreds of years ago when, you know, we were building this country. So it is very stressful. And now everything's changed because you're independently working from home for these large companies. So people aren't seeing you at your worst or at your best. They're seeing you what you present while you're on camera. And that's something that, you know, is something that people need to do a check-in often and kind of go through what you just expressed and the points that you shared with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for feedback and for raising this topic as well. So It was great to have you all here today. And I would suggest let's move to the main room. We will close for now this room number 1, the breakout room. And you will have the opportunity to of course, to do some networking, to ask general questions in the main room, or please, of course, feel free to grab yourself something to eat or something to drink, since we will continue for the next few hours with our program and our great lineup. So thank you so much, and see you in a minute in the main room.
Room was that if your support staff and your team is not up to speed, you're only as weak as you're only as strong as your weakest link. And again, I mentioned to Stephen that his team, from the first call from Marcy McGovern to all the emails with Katharina and then meeting you today, has been extraordinary. You know, you're a business person. You want to associate yourself with people that are in the know, that know their business. You don't want to be picking up the slack for people. I'm into numbers. I remember numbers from 30, 40, 50 years ago, and I hear certain combinations, and I know a lot of people like 1111. That's a big mutual number that a lot of people use as a spiritual number. And then certain numbers, birth dates and this and that. My favorite number is 23. I don't know why that is. Since I'm a kid, I like the number 23.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. So we have all our favorite numbers. So mine's is 6.
There you go. Are you born and raised in Austria?
Yeah, I am. So beautiful to live there and make vacation. But also Miami, Florida, or also the USA. So I'm a big US fan, so pretty to be there.
Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty hot down here in Florida. It's been high 80s, low 90s. That's Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I love the warm. So I hate cold weather. I hate snow. I don't like that at all. So I love the warm weather. So yeah.
Jeff, where are you located in Florida?
I'm currently in Broward County. If you know anything about Florida, would be Fort Lauderdale County of Fort Lauderdale, just north of Miami, just south of Palm Beach County.
I'm actually downtown Miami, so I'm very familiar.
Downtown on the west side of the Intercoastal, like on Biscayne Boulevard type.
Correct. That background that's in is my direct view from my home office. So
that's amazing. I love the views of Miami. People who don't get a chance to come down here and think Miami's all about beaches, they have some amazing structures and buildings and views and Brickell and South Beach and crossing over on any one of the bridges to see the massive, I mean, you're literally 500 feet away, some of the biggest cruise ships in the world at water level. That ride
Yes.
up to South Beach or Miami Beach is incredible. What do you do down here in Florida?
I am actually an independent consultant in the supply chain space. So formerly with NBC Universal, I'm helping individual businesses or small to medium businesses improve their profitability by using my skills. So
Did you catch my number in the chat? I'm going to put it in there again.
I actually just popped in. I was on the work side, so I just popped in to see what was happening over here. I did not capture it.
Well, I put it into the chat. If anybody wants to call me, I always love to meet people.
Excellent.
Again, anybody who's connected with Stephen to me is a winner. I've been coached by him for the last few months, and I got to say that my business has tripled in the way that I treat people, the way that I go about my business, the way that I listen. He's taught me to be a great listener. His statistics are spot on. And again, his team is just spectacular. You could see from Eva to Marcy to Katrina, everybody that I've dealt with via email or Zoom or phone calls, I'd hire you in a minute.
Excellent. I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah.
So let's see let's see.
Let me know your thoughts.
Where's
What are your
Jeffrey?
thoughts?
Jeffrey, where are you from?
I'm from Austria, just as Stefan is. I'm located in Vienna.
Vienna, to me, I've always associated Austria with, or Vienna with, is that the capital of Austria?
Yeah, it is. It is the capital and probably the most beautiful city in Austria, but people will argue about that.
You know, it depends on the time of the year too. So
Yeah.
down here, you don't want to be down in South Florida, and Aaron will tell you when the hurricanes are ripping through.
This is true.
Or heading our
Where
way.
you located, Jeff?
I'm in Parkland, Florida. It's a suburb of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm about an hour north of the downtown. I'm about an hour north of where Aaron is.
Okay. I see.
And Jeffrey, I know a few folks in Innsbruck that would definitely challenge you about Vienna. I've been there.
No, but Innsbruck is beautiful too. It's probably better if you are a lot into skiing, but
yes,
it has its peaks as well.
Yeah, it definitely does. A lot of pubs too, so it's definitely a fun town.
Are you in Florida as well, Aaron?
Yes, I'm downtown. I'm like Jeff said, about an hour or an hour and a little bit more south of him. In downtown.
Ich weiß nicht, ich fliege die ganze Zeit raus und jetzt das schreibt mir, ich kann mich bei meinem Zoom-Account nicht anmelden, weil ich eben gerade in irgendeinem Zoom drinnen bin. Also ich weiß nicht was.
Eva, nicht on mute.
Yeah, I think she made it by mistake, so I just.
That's okay.
I told her she's not on mute. Yeah.
Hi, Jeff. I'm from Coral Springs, born and raised. I'm actually in Delray Beach now.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love Atlantic. My wife
yeah.
love to eat. We've gone there 20 times and had 20 different meals, and it's fabulous.
Absolutely. I didn't catch the start. What's your background or what do you do for business?
I'm a real estate agent by trade. I'm also into essential services. I'm into one of my new verticals is health share. If you have a health insurance that's too much money with Blue Cross, Blue Shield, or any of the big boys, I have a great opportunity to save tons of money on health care. It's called Health Share. Started with the Christian community about 40 years ago.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the laws changed here a few years ago with the Affordable Care Act. And the government said, you can't just offer this to the Christian community. You have to open it up to all religions. And we've been doing really well with it.
Yeah, I actually looked into it years ago when I needed it. But I thought it was something that they kind of started on their own. So I didn't know it was governmental backed. Because I thought what the premise of was is that they were almost like bonding together as a community, and they would pay they would pay into it and then basically pay for each other's health needs as needed.
Yep, in a nutshell, that's basically it, Diana. But what we do, we are a nonprofit, so we're required to use the money accordingly, and any money that's not used is given back to the payer. And it's really good. I mean, if you want to talk about it, my phone number is in the chat.
Yeah, I took down your phone number. I'm actually in between jobs. My husband actually passed away from pancreatic cancer.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please accept my condolences.
Thank you so much.
That's
Yeah,
brutal.
It's been really hard to find a job in this economic environment right now. So.
Well, let's connect. I'm always willing to help people. I've got a lot of connections, as Stephen mentioned. I think that getting in front of the right people and having income is paramount to good health and mental and physical.
Indeed. Indeed. I appreciate it. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, please. And
Thank
if
you.
anybody, yeah, I appreciate that. If anybody sees Aaron's picture, but over his right shoulder, there's a white building where the Miami Heat play. That's the basketball team. So that's called, I'm not sure, FTX Arena. I think it's still that, and they're going to change that.
They've changed it recently in the front, but the roof still says FTX. And I don't want to lie and speculate what the front name of it is. I see more of the roof. But right now they're in the process of changing it from FTX.
I'm trying to bring my kids' piggy bank so I can put my name on top of that arena. I think people don't realize just to the left of that building, just to the left of that building is where the cruise ships from all over the world and some of the most beautiful real estate, most expensive real estate in the world is. And it's a gorgeous view, beautiful view.
Thank you. Thank you. And this building is prominently featured on a lot of the news channels. Like I'm sure you see NBC6 and it's 50 Biscayne. So we are like front and center downtown Miami. And it's a beautiful environment. But as Diana said, there are some things that are not going well for us. The economy here and all the opportunities for jobs are few and far in between. So
yeah.
Which is why I started this company, but Jeff, I definitely will be connecting with you. I'm looking for,
please, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my contact information in the chat as well in a moment.
Great, yeah. I think that just right underneath where you are was a couple of weeks ago was that International Music Festival, Ultra Music Fest.
Yes.
When you see you see every flag from all over the world there. It's just incredible.
And it's definitely, I mean, the week or the event happens for 1 week and for that weekend, but we have to make accommodations for multiple weeks prior to and afterwards for sound testing, setups, and arcades. And it's a pretty comprehensive and large event here. But that's the cost of living where I lived, is you have to be able to make those adjustments so the city can generate that revenue.
Yeah, there's always something going on. I think they did an F1 race there a couple of years back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now
And
it's
I
up
believe it's coming back, but it's going up to the Hard Rock. And like you said about the cruise terminals, so I actually was able to avoid a large portion of that this year, and I came back only on the last day from a cruise. So it was perfect to get away and just have 1 day of being able to enjoy the entertainment of the DJs from around the world and numerous people. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people were here.
Yeah, the DJs make, I looked up their net worth, some of them make $50 million US a year. That's how popular they are.
I think I'm in the wrong industry.
I know that.
Me
a
too,
lot of-
Aaron. I should be a DJ. Me too.
Who would have known? Who would have
Thank you.
known?
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us also in the break and for these great conversations. And I congratulate everybody who used basically the break for networking and exchanging ideas, exchanging thoughts and things like that, because this is what it's all about. You heard it also in the rooms today already. Connect with great people, exchange your information, connect with awesome other entrepreneurs and help each other. So welcome back, because in a couple of seconds, we will start part number 2, and we will continue in the breakout rooms. But before we go back to the room, let me say a massive, massive, massive and huge thank you to our partners. So our partners are part of this event, and let me say thank you to Hotme and Jeffrey Turi-Raka. Let me say thank you to Liza and Landry from US Health Advisors, and a huge thank you also to E3 Performance Solutions, Raymond Cardinal and Jeff Trutchley. And you will have the opportunity to hear about their remarkable opportunities and services in the next couple of minutes, and how they are expanding into a recession, how they are using their companies to have a successful business. So guys, in the next couple of minutes, we will start again in room number 1, where you hear first Hotme and then E3 Solutions, and in room number 2, where it's the other way around. And then we are going to continue with our speakers and with our interviews, and we will have awesome, awesome people waiting for you. So let's jump back into room number 1, where we are going to talk about the future of work, and in room number 2, where we are going to talk about the future of entrepreneurship. See you in a second.
Jeff, so I can support there too. I'm so excited. This has been so great. I'm having such a good time. I almost wish I didn't have Project 10K meetings today, but this has been awesome. But I will see you. I will see you soon. I'm gonna hop over to Jeff.
You are in the right room, Carla. You are in the right room. Jeff is already here.
Oh, you are?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. I'm mistaken. Hi. I have to be mobile right now too, so I can't see everybody.
That's good. That's good. So you are in the right room
good.
in a
So you
couple
are
of
in the right
seconds.
room in a couple of
Wait.
seconds.
Somewhere
Excellent.
I have, wait a second. Of course, we need to mute. Yes, perfect. Good. So let's start with our awesome partner, and let's start with our first partner, Hotme. And so hello and welcome, Jeff Turi-Raka. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll share my screen. Hope everything works. We know technical difficulties might always occur. Please let me know. Can you see the screen?
We can.
Perfect. Awesome. Let's do this. So hello, my name is Jeffrey Turi-Raka, and I'm the founder and CEO of Hotme. Hotme is a brand new social media app which will establish a completely new field of entertainment, competitive entertainment. So at Hotme, we believe that the majority of social media users can be split in 2 major target audiences. So on the one hand, we have the so-called competitors. Those are users who are using social media very actively to present themselves to huge audiences, and very often they aspire to become famous, an influencer, or create content which will go viral. And on the other hand, we have the so-called jury members. Those are the users that do not want to present themselves to huge audiences, but enjoy using social media because it's a great pastime activity. And jury members greatly enjoy scrolling for hours through social media and sharing and discussing the content with their friends, family, and the online community. And basically, these 2 major target groups provide the perfect setup for a completely new and innovative entertainment concept, because we have the competitors that want to take the stage and entertain huge crowds. And on the other hand, we have the people standing in a crowd that very often also want to voice their opinion, making them jury members and share the experience and their opinions with their friends and family. So this is exactly where HotMe has its roots. So we conducted a lot of market research, and we actually realized that there's a major gap in the entertainment industry when it comes to challenges, competitions, and competitive entertainment. So there's no social competition platforms, meaning there are no platforms which are entirely dedicated to competitions and challenges. And there's generally also no challenge possibilities. So there's no social media app on the market which enables users to easily challenge each other. And that also means that there's no competitive stage where users can put their content into direct comparison and the global community can join the jury and rate the performances. So competitions and challenges are very important and actually already form a major pillar in the online entertainment industry. Just take a look at TikTok. Recently, the platform has been flooded with challenge hashtags. And the reason is challenges are entertaining and users are bored because there haven't been any social media novelties for a very long time. And the great thing about challenges is they allow you to be creative, interact with users in a different way, and sort of be more active than usually. So on platforms like TikTok, we can see both huge amounts of competitors and jury members. On the other hand, Netflix is not a social platform, but it still underlines the importance of challenges and competitions. Because take a look at all the series and shows which have been published and are currently being published on Netflix. Most of them are based on some kind of challenge or some kind of competition. So on Netflix, we have a huge amount of jury members because all these shows rank among the most popular ones on Netflix. And last but not least, also gaming recently underlined the importance of especially online challenges. Because if you browse through the different social media apps which are popular amongst gamers, such as Discord or Reddit, you'll see that there are tons of people posting daily challenges for them to prove their gaming skills or challenge other users. And the great thing about gaming challenges is that they appeal to a larger audience than just the regular competitors, because gaming challenges allow people to remain anonymous so they can compete as well and be very active in the community. Because social media is so important, and especially because competition and challenges are so important, we decided there should be a platform which is entirely dedicated to hosting and pushing challenges and competition. And this is exactly why we founded HotMe, the first platform which will establish competitive entertainment and become the market leader. So make sure to scan the QR code and take a look at our platform. Be among the first ones to discover our platform. We're currently in the pre-launch phase, so we just finished cleaning up the platform. So it's open to use. Of course, we're always trying to improve the platform. Let us know what you think and just get to action. Of course, you can be sure that HotMe will expand rapidly and that we'll be constantly trying to improve the platform because we have a great team which is working relentlessly to deliver the best app experience to you. And this is exactly what we've set out to achieve. And this is what we will achieve in the upcoming months and years. So as I mentioned, the goals for the near future, we want to become the market leader for competitive entertainment and establishing the #1 social media platform for exactly these concepts. But we also have set out to achieve other ambitious visions which will benefit the users and the entertainment factor online. So I'd say the most important project we want to achieve are the so-called hot coins, which will be our reward system. So our goal is to launch a reward system that provides users with attractive real-world benefits rather than just some worthless cryptocurrencies like you see on Snapchat or Twitter. So we want to establish a great network of different brands and businesses where users can trade in their coins for benefits and discounts. Of course, life is life, isn't it? Especially when we're talking about challenges and competitions. And this is why we've come up with a new live stream concept, which is perfectly tailor-made for competitions and challenges. And last but not least, we've also set out to achieve greater missions with our platform because we want to turn social and environmental goals, and especially environmental protection, into challenges and competitions. And we found concepts to actually make this happen and make all these different aspects measurable and reward our community for engaging in these projects. So thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I think we'll run out of time in this forum, but afterwards I'll be hosting a workshop. It starts at 6:20. So feel free to join me, ask any questions. We'll go over the platform, how it works, because it's a new concept, but you'll see it's super easy. Anybody can do it. So I'm excited to see you there. Stefan, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Give a huge applause to Jeffrey. Awesome. That's really great. That's really great. Thank you for sharing what you are doing in this awesome venture. And now let's go to our next partner. So our next partner is E3 Performance Solutions, and they are doing awesome and remarkable things when it comes to training and education. And now welcome to the stage, Jeffrey Trudgley. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Let me make sure that I've got this sharing properly here and go through a couple of quick points. First of all, you know, as I think you all have experienced, you know, Stefan, CHC really knows about partnership, right? That's what their brand is built on. It was a real natural fit for us to be connected with them. My partner and I, Raymond's kind of the consummate sales leader, sales professional, and I'm more the...
You are cutting out, Jeffrey. I hope, can the others still hear Jeffrey? Okay, no problem. He will be right back. That's the only problem with online conferences, basically, because when you are speaking on stage, normally people don't just disappear. So that is basically an advantage from a live stage instead of an online stage. But he will be right back and talk about the things. So let me jump into his back, because the next thing what we are going to do after the session with Jeffrey is we are going to talk about successful organizations in the future. And Mario Koller from Dream and I will have an interview and basically a mutual conversation about how can organizations of the future look like, how need they be structured, and how can you also get awesome talent into your company. So that's basically what you will hear afterwards. We will use the time in the meantime. So what questions do you have about organizations of the future or the future work? So use the chat. Just type in the chat, what questions do you have? Good. Probably another question before. Who has employees here? Who has employees, team members, contractors? Mario, yes. Team members, contractors, other strategic partners. I know you have a bunch, Jeff, in your different companies, a lot of partners. Good. Any freelancers? So if you can turn on the camera, just turn it on, and then we can do this easier. So again, what are your questions on the future of work, on how you can do this? Because I know, for example, so many people are struggling to find the right talent at the moment. So many people have a hard time to retain great talent. Also, so many people have really, really massive struggles in basically even finding them, or where should they advertise? Because when you think about all these different stats at the moment, it's horrible how unsatisfied most employees are, or how unsatisfied most team members are. And I will talk about this more also in my presentation later. But do you know how many people are unhappy in their job? What do you think? What's the percentage? How How many of the people are unhappy in their job? 5%, 10%, 80%? What do you think? Just type in the chat.
65%.
65%. Thank you, Jeff. What else? 50%. Allah, thank you. What else? What
60.
do you think? 50, 60. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there is a huge difference between people who are so-called engaged or actively disengaged, or people who are just do their work 9 to 5 and yeah, okay, I'm just doing what I need to do to not get fired. Okay. And there is a massive, massive, massive problem with unsatisfaction and unhappiness in the workplace. So basically, a third of all people say they would rather be unemployed than unhappy in the marketplace, in the employment, in their job. Can you imagine? So basically, a third of all people say, I would rather be unemployed than be in a job, get some money, and being unhappy over there. So the numbers are just crazy. And I see Jeff just joined us again. And then let's give you the stage back again. So
thank you, sir.
Do this.
So thank you. In the 5 minutes I have left, let me just quickly say that our model is around reinforcing fundamentals that people need to execute effectively. We know that we pour a lot of stuff into our people, and the problem is people leak. Part of that is, illustrated in various studies that you find that in as little as 30 days, they lose up to 87% of whatever knowledge or information we poured into them. And so the result is, it's consistent with the previous session and even Jeffrey's previous platform about connections, authentic connections, about people belonging, about engaging folks differently. And, we find that the challenges are typically around, an effective customer experience, driving consistency throughout the entire organization, maximizing your training dollars, and of course, improved retention in a scarcity market for good employees. That ultimately that all comes back to leaders, frontline managers, effectively working with and coaching and engaging their teams. And that's what our model is all tied into. I'm going to skip just to, in the interest of time, because I know I respect your agenda here, but we've got, take your time, Jeff. I will shorten my presentation later. Take your time. Okay. Well, so we've got a deceptively simple model. Page 1 is a very convenient way for the leader to effectively run the meeting. What you see here, and I know it's, I'm not going to risk going full screen again because I think maybe that's what bumped me out. But as you can see here, we've got an object. If it's italicized and bold, the leader reads it. And our model is basically built around, if your leaders can read, they can be successful. And I hope most of our leaders can read, right? So they simply read the stuff that's on the page. They're priming with some key information to engage the team in the second piece. So we flip to page 2, where each individual has a copy of page 2, and they read one of the bullet points out loud and comment on it in terms of how it works in their world. This could be sales, it could be safety, it could be customer experience, it could be, it's really agnostic in terms of the content. It's principles that they need to know to do their job. So it becomes very collaborative, sharing with one another from a peer standpoint, best practices. But it also is a clue for the manager into coaching opportunities for their people. Because if I read one of these bullet points and I struggle with how to apply it, then that illustrates a coaching opportunity that my manager can follow up with me later. And then page 3 is simply a preview of a quick accountability quiz and a request for some specific data on you're working on this particular skill, how's that going, and what are you doing differently? By capturing those anecdotal stories, you have a very quick return on investment calculator to see that this system is working very quickly and easily. So the way that our folks engage with us is we say try before you buy. If you need to help your managers run effective meetings, then give us a call. We're going to let them try it. Pick 2 or 3 of your leaders in the field and try it with a good successful experience. We'll pick 12 monthly topics for a 1-year or 24 for a 2-year engagement. We adapt it to your culture and your phraseology. We do a train the trainer, prep your managers to be successful. We provide ongoing coaching throughout the year, which sets up a typical renewal. Most clients are with us for at least 3 years. And here's a sampling of industries that we support, whether it's commercial, residential sales, it's the insurance industry, nonprofits, financial services, manufacturing, or in-home services. The bottom line is we are transforming frontline performance through training solutions that drive behavioral change 1 meeting at a time, whether in person or virtually or blended. And as one of our VPs of training and development said, a client recently said, with over 50 offices in 17 states, it's a challenge to get a consistent skill development program in place. In the last 2 years, we've increased sales by 15% and decreased turnover by 10% due to this training. So, we'd like to discuss with you what the needs are that you have in terms of communicating effectively with your folks. There's contact information in Stefan's material as well as here on the screen. If you're looking to have your managers engage with your team on a different level, we'd love to talk with you. Thank you, Stefan. Appreciate it. I'll try and get you back on schedule.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you very much. Give a huge applause to Jeff Trudgley and E3 Performance Solutions. This was awesome. Thank you. And also thank you for taking care of our time. That's really, really great. So let's go right to our next point and topic point. And I have a really, really awesome guest for the next couple of minutes. Because when I got to know him about 2 years ago, they were starting a massive transformation project in their company. And what you will hear in the next couple of minutes is it takes a lot of courage to transfer and change a company this massively. And to transfer the leadership structure from a very, very, very old school company and corporate and leadership structure to, in my opinion, the best structure and organization for the future. And this is the reason why I wanted to have him here to share what they are doing in their company, why they are doing this, and what their experiences is. So hello and welcome, Mario Koller. Welcome to the stage.
Hello everybody. Hello, Stefan. Thank you very much. I'm very honored that I can be here today to talk about our company and our journey.
That's really great. Mario, please introduce yourself and also your company before we start talking about what you already did and changed in your company.
Yeah, I'm a co-owner of a company that is called Dream Farmer, where we are 3 co-owners. And we exist since 19 years now. And we are a service company in the Austrian pharma industry. We do different services like pharmacovigilance, like regulatory affairs, like quality management, etc. And we do it for big pharma. We do it for very small pharma companies with 1 or 2 people. We now have also a branch in Prague. with 11 people, and we started 2 years ago with the transformation with 23 people, and now we are about 60 people. And this is the main topic that we do, doing services in the pharma company, in the pharma industry.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for that. So first of all, when you listen to Mario, they doubled their company in the last couple of months. So it's not easy to double a company and not break until doing this expansion step. The next thing is, when you started this, Mario, tell us a little bit how, I just used the word now, how old school the leadership structure was and the organization structure was in your company, before we jump to what is now and what you are doing now.
When we started the transformation, we had the founder of the company that was the big boss. He was the founder 19 years ago. He was the CEO. We were 3 junior partners, but as you know, as founder of a company who started alone, etc., he has a very strong opinion, and his leading was very tough sometimes. So we were really classic, a company with a CEO, with junior partners, with department heads, and then the employees in the department, who did their job. We were really classic.
Okay, so really a classical organization structure.
Yeah.
So why the change? Why not just go forward with this, what was already working? So why the change and the transfer into a completely other and new organizational structure?
There were different things. One thing that happened was a book that I read some years ago, which opened my mind, and then I got more and more the feeling that we need to have a community in the company. We need to have a community that takes care for each other, that strengthens each other, and that we as an employer needs to take care of the people also for their private life as possible as it is, and then people can take care of for the company, and this strong feeling that there are people that help each other and strengthen each other brought it up that we thought about how could the company look like when we want to have this strong community. And this was the reason why we said, let's try it. Let's do this transformation. And I saw in all the social media what happened when people how they communicate to each other, and so on. And we wanted to have the difference to that. We wanted to have people who take care, and this is the reason why we started this journey.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so let's forward a little bit. What is the structure you have now, and what is the end goal before we talk about, okay, how did you actually do this transfer? So what is the structure now, and what is the end goal for you?
The structure now is that we created a system that is called a viable system model. We have an organization team. This is the owners, or the CEO, CIO, and COO, so the 3 co-owners, and additionally the department heads who create the frame of the company. Where we say this is the frame. Those are the frame within. You can decide within. You can choose what you do within. You can do with your money as you think it's the best for the company and for your department, etc. Then we have the heads meetings. We call it heads meeting. It's where all the department heads just talk to each other regarding what are you doing? Tell us what you do so we can learn from you. And if you buy some things for your department, let's talk about, can we need it as well? So they just align all the things that they do in the departments. And then we have the people in the departments who can also are also very self-organized. They can choose where they work, when they work. They are very self-organized with talking to the customers, etc. So and yeah, that's the main reason. How the actual thing as we have it now, and where we want to go is a very democratic company, to get a very democratic company. So we are right now also working on communities, so that for each topic, each big topic for the company, there should be communities who say, we want to think about this topic, we want to have the solution for the topic. We find the solution and we decide for the company. And it's not the owners anymore, or the CEO. It's really our people in communities. And this is how we want to have our company build up, and how we go our way, how we find our way. It's not that 2 or 3 people find the solution and say, this is our way. It should be all together. It should be the community who says, this is our way. Yeah.
I like this really, really a lot. So basically what you are building is, or what you already built is, everybody has a massive amount of self-responsibility, but also opportunity to decide on his own with the team together. So what I mean with decide on his own work, where do I want to work for the things which are just relevant for me as one person. But when it comes to team, you don't have the CEO or the boss who is.
Sorry, Stefan, I can't hear you anymore.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now you're back. Now you're back. Yeah.
Good. So basically, what you are building, you massive amounts of self-responsibility within the employees, right? So not
totally
saying this is not blue, no, this is right, this is red, or no, this is right and this is wrong. So, but the teams need to develop the solution, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
The one thing is that we really work on a we thinking instead of a I thinking. So when you decide for the company, if you decide for your colleagues, etc., you need to get a big we thinking. Yeah, you need to be have a lot of empathy, etc. So we really work on that. We really work on communication. Yeah, if you need to find solution in groups for the company, for your colleagues, etc., you have to communicate very, very truthfully. Yeah, you need to be very honestly. Yeah, and also say critique, etc. And you should take critiques, etc. So this is also a thing where we work very hard on it, so that this can work. Yeah, and we have we call it 360-degree agility. Yeah, which means not only as agile work is understood, not only that the teams, etc., are very agile because of finding solutions and for the customers, etc., but also that we as a company say you can work, you can take your working hours weekly, monthly, as you need it for your current life situation. Yeah, so you just need to check with your team. Can we do all the project that we have? If I just do 20 hours a week instead of 40 hours, etc. But everyone that says I have an issue with my private life, or I need it for some stuff like I want to do a marathon also for the next 6 months. You can also say I want just do less work, less hours, etc. And then we see how can we find a solution, how can the team do the project as well. And this is the 360 agility as we call it. Yeah.
That's awesome, Mario. That's awesome. So Bob Ritchie just asked something in the chat. So what do you consider as a democratic company? When does it go woke?
Can you please explain what you mean with when it gets woke, a democratic company?
Yeah. So Bob, just unmute yourself and just join us here. So what exactly do you mean with when does it go woke?
Well, we see more and more companies, at least here in the U.S., I'm not sure maybe where Mario is at, that make decisions based on a, quote, social conscience, but that social conscience is only dealing with, less than 10% of the population. And when you're making a product that's universal, when do you overstep the bounds of, trying to please everyone? To me, a company can't please everyone. I mean, people buy stock in a company so that they get a return. And when they stop getting returns, they stop buying that stock. So there's a certain line that I don't think you can cross.
Great question, Bob. Thank you for asking this. So, Mario?
Yeah. First of all, democracy is not about pleasing everyone. And this is not democracy. This is the very first thing. Yeah. The most important thing is that people interact on the same level of dignity. Yeah, that we are all people, that we hear each other, that we hear we know the feelings, and we hear the meanings of each other about a topic. And then you consider all the meanings, and you find a solution which is the best for the community, not for everyone. Yeah, and I think if you hear everyone, if you talk to everyone, if everyone, can talk out what he thinks about the problems or the solutions that should be found, etc. They feel heard, and they accept when a group finds a solution. Yeah, and it's not about pleasing everyone. That will not work. That's not democracy. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this. It's exactly what we see in a lot of organizations and also in a lot of corporate projects we are running. So there is a huge difference, and I think there is a huge misunderstanding in a lot of people with all the things, okay, giving more responsibility to the employees or having more democracy, like Mario just described it. The goal cannot be...
Stephen, you keep breaking up. You must have a problem with your internet.
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Now again.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So the goal cannot be to please everybody. The goal cannot be that everybody is that you are everybody's darling. Yeah. So this is what we see in a lot of companies and in a lot of situations in corporate projects we are running. So we have another comment here. So Dr. Jim Janza, just unmute yourself and please share and ask your question right here.
Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I'm originally from Germany, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to comment on what Mario has been saying and what we've been discussing, which is, I think it's so important to have psychological safety in an organization. Number one, that was also discussed earlier in one of the breakout rooms. And the other thing is, giving employees the opportunity to create consensus, to create their own mission and their own direction they want to go with particular projects is something that employees nowadays, especially post-pandemic, are expecting worldwide. So even if you are in an organization that is relatively traditional, like Mario's was before, I think you're well advised to change some of those leadership structures and these organizational structures and how your organization is designed from a traditional top-down to more of a either matrix or flatter hierarchy organizations, simply because you will not be able to attract or retain your talent in these old structures anymore as you did before, because people are just fed up with the old ways in many ways, and they're going to quit and they're going to resign. And so I'm really, really glad to hear the kind of proposals that and the case study that Mario's presented here. Thank you.
I'm so thankful that you said this, because I wanted to add this as well. We started the whole transformation with building up of psychological safety. Yeah, we started with workshops with just the employees, with just with us as co-owners, and then we just told everything that was on our heart to the employees and we were very truthful about the last years, what happened, even if we had a fight to each other as junior partners as well. And still now, since since 2 years. Every 6 weeks, we have a meeting with the whole team where they can tell us what they think about what we do. They can critique us, etc. And that's not always fun, and it's not always easy. Yeah, but this is how we show to our people. Then they can talk out what is on their heart, and even say, we don't think that was good what it did, or we really think that was shit. Yeah, what we did. That we could do it better, or we could. It's sometimes. Yeah, and this is in front of 60 people. It's not fun, but I think this is what we need when we think about finding solutions together. Yeah, to talk about what's not good and what's good. And this is something what we had to learn, and it was a hard way, a tough way, and yeah, but we still use this tool for building up psychological safety. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you. Jim, sorry, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick comment. So I think it's really smart that you use more of an agile approach. You talked about your organizational agility, because this gives you the opportunity to take smaller changes, smaller projects that may not have a huge impact initially, but if they work, you can try new things. You can establish new ways of working. And if that actually works out and everybody is happy, that will probably percolate eventually and filter through the organization. So kudos to those initiatives.
Just a small example, our branch in Prague, yeah, with the 11 people now, is because we had a project and we were quite before saying we can't do this project because we cannot find the people in Vienna. And one of our employees said, I know people in Prague. I can ask them if they will work for you or for us. And then we said, okay, please go ahead. And now we have a branch with an own office in Prague with 11 people, just because one employee said, I know people there. I will talk to them and I will ask them if they will work for us. Yeah, and yeah, this is so awesome. What happens when you give people the opinion to find solutions and to do something. Yeah.
100% agreed. Yeah. But we talked a lot about the benefits, but I'm sure there was also a couple of challenges, right? So one of the things we already discussed was the social security system, or basically, okay, how is my situation in the company? Were there other challenges, Mario, what you experienced in the last couple of years, and how did you solve it?
There are a lot of challenges. There are still a lot of challenges, yeah. Because the one thing is that as we talked before, we still grow and we grew a lot the last month. So every month we get 1, 2, 3 new people, and they come from very traditional companies. So every month you have to start again to talk about our culture, about talking out, and for some people it's very hard to do this, yeah. And for some people it's very hard to do, as I say, the hate it, fix it principle, yeah. This is very important for us to say, if there's something I know could be better, and I'm really angry about that. Don't sit there and say, oh, I fuck that, yeah. Just do it, change it, yeah. And this is very hard work with a lot of people to say, just do it. You have the right to do it. You can do it. We say you can take money. Don't ask. Change it if you know it can be better, yeah. And also in the beginning of the transformation, this was the only time where we lost really 2 people who left us, and at the beginning to tell about this vision and that they believe in this vision, because this is very something new, and to tell them now you can decide, yeah. And it's not so easy. We tried it in 2017 the first time, and after 3 months we said, oh no, it doesn't work, because the people came and say, we don't decide, you decide, yeah. And we did it totally wrongly. So this time we got support, and we started with this psychological safety, with building up trust, etc. And that bring this vision into the hearts of the people, yeah. So that they follow you and they say, we believe in a system that isn't implemented yet, but that can work, and that to make decisions is not it's not bad for me, but it's an opportunity for me, yeah, to do something, yeah. This was very hard in the future as well. In the past, it was a lot of communication, talking about what we have in our heart, about our vision. Yeah, this was very hard. Yeah.
I can expect this, definitely. It was basically also something Jeffrey Hayzlett mentioned in the Future of Entrepreneurship room in the first conversation I had with him. So he told also the audience that you also need to have the courage to get rid of the wrong people. So when we want to change something, not everybody wants to change. So basically, we as a human beings, we have always a hard time with change because the universe did not prepare us for change. The best way would be everything stays the same for the rest of our life and nothing changes anymore. But guess what? We cannot grow, but we will have degrowth as a personality if we do not try new things, or if we do not expand our mindset or expand our skill set and all these things. And when you want to do such a massive transformation like Mario did successful with Dream, is you need to be aware that people are afraid of change. So you need to get them on the same page before you start something like this. You need to get them on the same page and you need to guide them basically. When I talk about employee engagement and how you treat employees, I always refer to, hey, do you have kids? Who has kids here? Raise your hand. Yeah, a couple of people. Me too. My son is 17 in the meantime. At the moment, he listens at nothing what dad is telling him. But I know he is watching, and this is what you need. So you need to do what is expected of you as a leader, then your people can follow. So you need to take them, basically grab them on their arms and guide them into the future through this change process. Yeah. So Mario, what is, was it worth it? Is it worth it? What are the benefits from this massive transfer?
Totally, it was worth it. It's the benefits is that we do a lot of new stuff we never thought about that we will do. We will have a new company, a daughter company from autumn on, and we now start business in Eastern Europe with the Prague team, etc. We never thought about. We always talked about 50 people, that's enough for us. Now we are 16. It seems still that we grow, but it's when you talk to the people, you can do the business. You can decide, yeah, that something is happening. And what I really like is that this is the most important thing, that you see that our people really take care for each other. When we see that when you have people that have problems at home, that have sick partners, etc., or family at home, how the whole team is helping together so that they can have time off, that they can work less, and how they support each other. And I get very emotional when I talk about this, because this is the most important and heartbreaking, heart glooming thing for me when I see what is happening here. And even if our office management comes to us, and also they come to us and say, how are you doing? Yeah, we see you have a lot of, are you okay? Are you fine? And this is so wonderful. Yeah, that people go to each other and ask how they are doing, and you really feel that they want to help each other and that they are happy if the other one is also fine. Yeah, this is the most important thing. Yeah.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful to hear. Thank you for your effort and all the things you are putting in there. Mario, when somebody wants to start changing his culture, we already heard a couple of really, really awesome things that also Tim posted in the chat. What are the 3 things you would suggest when somebody wants to start a transformation process, and when he's starting to think about it, or when he wants to start to execute it? What are 3 things you would suggest to do?
The first thing is that you really should believe in this way. It's not an easy way, and you really should believe in this, so that because it's not an easy way. So really believe in that. Yeah. The second way, be yourself. Don't wear a mask. Be yourself. Be human. Show that you're human, and that you are on the same level as everyone in the company. This is the second thing, and the third thing that is most important is trust. build up, trust each other, trust your people, what they do for you, for your company, and so on. So those are the three most important things that I see when you start such a journey.
That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. Guys, you see me always take notes, and you definitely have a lot of awesome insights gathered in the last couple of minutes, I hope. So thank you one more time. Mario, thanks for your time, and really, really give a huge applause to Mario Koller from Dream.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you for having me here.
Awesome job. Awesome job, Mario. Good. Then, how was it till now? So how was the summit till now? Post in the chat. I want to hear or see how was it for you. Was something in it for you? Yes or no? Just post in the chat. When you heard already something which was interesting or helpful, just post yes in the chat. And let's see if we already could deliver something for you. Yes. Okay, let's see who is still awake. Great discussion, great speakers. Thank you so much. Yes. Good. So for the next couple of incredible, awesome. Thank you for your feedback. That's great. Christian Steiner was great so far. Yes, but you know, as the US say, ain't over until. Oh yeah, Christian, thank you. That's true. That's true. Good, guys. Next step is in the next couple of minutes, I want to show you exactly how the future of work and the so-called remote culture revolution can work in companies. And before I do this, I just need to get the sunshades down here because the sun is going up down here, and otherwise you will not see me in a couple of minutes. So I just close the shades here, and then I'm going to start with you and talk about the remote culture revolution. So wait a second, you will see me, but hopefully not hear me when I close the shades and we are continuing. Good, so thank you for staying with me. So all the US people will say, what is going on with him? Why is the sun going down? So basically I'm based in Italy at the moment, originally from Austria. So in Italy, in Europe, we just have sundowner right in front of my window and over the sea, where I have this beautiful view here. But let's jump right into this topic, and I'm going to prepare my presentation behind the scenes here, and then we can jump in here. And I'm so looking forward to the next couple of minutes to share this with you, because I really want to know. First, when we start, who has employees here, or team members, or contractors, or partners? So raise your hands. Who has team members, partners? Yes, raise your hands. Definitely. Awesome. I see you, Jeff. I see you, Ala. I see you, Jeffrey. I see you, Tim. I see you, Tara. I see you, Christian. Yes, perfect. Yeah. Why do I ask? Wouldn't it be awesome if you send out a job announcement and you get dozens of applications within the first hour, and after 2 hours you need to close down the application opportunities because you already got so many applications from such tremendous people that you cannot take on more with just one job announcement? How would this be for you? Who would want to have this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Rudy, Aaron, Jeffrey, of course. I'm sure Jeff Goldstein, Tim Janza will also want to have this, right? I mean, how cool would this be if we send something out and dozens or even hundreds of people are going to apply? This was exactly what happened when we searched the last time for employees. So basically, within the first hour, 50 people applied for this job. And within 2 hours, over 71 people applied for this job, and we needed to close down the application opportunity because we had to get feedback to them and had to get in conversation with them because so many awesome and remarkable people applied for this job. But let me start at the beginning, because this was not where we started in our company, and this is not where most of the employees and most of the employers basically are at the moment. Believe me, we did not start it there. So a couple of years ago, I did basically exactly what all the other people did. I basically did exactly what was necessary to get employees, or I thought what was necessary. I put it together a job description. I put it together a very detailed description. What are the criteria, the skill sets, the experience this person needed to have? I put it together an awesome job announcement. I thought at least. I started to reach out to my network. I started to send it out to our network. I started to send out this job announcement and post it in on these job platforms and basically advertised it, and a bunch of money was spent on this. So I basically did exactly what most of the companies are still doing to find great talent. And I did exactly the same a couple of years ago. And my experience was then I needed to wait, because I did everything. I pushed it out and I needed to wait. I spent thousands of dollars for job advertisements, and then I was waiting. And then over a couple of weeks, 3 applications came in our inbox. And guys, all the 3 were crap. And I thought, man, what's going on here? It's not working. Why? I did everything what they always told us. So a job application and this and this and this and this and this and this and this. But it was not working. So I needed to figure out a new way for my own company, because we wanted to grow and we wanted to expand our team. And the next step was basically, of course, a couple of people. But it was even worse, because a couple of weeks later or a couple of months later, sometimes 10 months, 12 months later, the employees or the team members or also the strategic partners who looked so great at the beginning turned out to be the exact opposite. And instead of growing together, they started to hurt the organization and started to actively disengage in the company and actively work against their colleagues and actively fighting against all the things I thought were so great. So again, I needed to figure out, oh, wow, what's going on here? Something is not right. So what did I do? I started to get much more engaged in, okay, what do they really, really want? And what do they really, really need? And let me share what I found. And because the reason why I'm sharing this now is because it is more relevant than ever before. And you need to be aware of these things to be able to make changes, to be able to make this decision, what basically Mario is doing with his company. So let me share what I'm talking about here. Good. So can you see my screen? Raise your hands or type in the chat yes. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So what I saw is that the employee engagement index is one of the most important things you need as an employer. So the Gallup institution every single year puts out this so-called employee engagement index. And watch the lines. So in the last year, the engaged employees dropped massively. You see the drop down at the end to 332. So it dropped massively over the last 2 years. And the second thing is the actively disengaged employees increased massively. So what does these numbers tell you? 18 members in a company, on average, are not just being not involved in the work, but are actively hurting your business and are actively working against your success. So when you have 100 people, 18 people, you have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. the rocket is exploding, okay? Because having a couple of people who are engaged is nice, but when you have so many people who are actively working against you, it's horrible. Plus, these also % of all the employees are just doing normal, okay? They are in the morning here, they leave in the evening, but in between, nothing remarkable will happen. They are normal. Okay, so guess what? That's one of the reasons why so many companies have a problem and why so many people do not want to work there. Because when I am engaged and I have disengaged people around me, I don't feel good in this environment. I want to be in an engaged environment. 32% of people, they have a really hard. And guess what? That's the reason why so many people are leaving your company. McKinsey is talking about this heavily at the moment. So are you searching in the right pools? Are you searching the right people? Because when you have an empty pool, how can you find people over there? So we in Austria have what we call nearly 100% employment, what means we have a very small amount of people who are not in employment, but employed people, they do not want to work. They just do not want to work. So searching in this pool of talent is worthless, okay? So McKinsey, one of the biggest consulting companies, they know what they are talking about. So where are you searching for the people? And this is what I needed to rethink in my company. The next step, CNBC is reporting it over and over and over again. Job unhappiness is at a massive, massive, massive high. So I already told you this. So stats are saying a third of all employees at the moment. Talking about employed people here, a third of all people would rather be unemployed than unhappy at work. Can you imagine? They would rather be unemployed, having no money or less money, than being unemployed. And I was sitting there and I was thinking, oh my God, I need to change something. I need to definitely do something massively different. And I needed to figure out, okay, what do I need to change in my company before I could have? So what do they really want? And what is the basically holy grail for the future? What are they really searching for at the moment? It's basically 4 main things. Step number 1 is they want to have purpose. They want to have meaningful work. So purpose and meaningful work, Mario talked about this. They shared their goal, they shared their experience, they shared their overall vision where they want to go. So basically, Mario's employees, they know for sure that there is meaning in their work, that there is purpose in their work, that they are contributing to something bigger, right? So this is what you need to figure out and how you can communicate this. The second thing is you definitely want to have an especially good leadership culture. So the culture is super important. So let me check the chat because Tim posted something. The issue is also that search criteria Go applications quality are often outdated and unfocused. 100%. It's just hard skills, no soft skills. I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. So they want to have culture. And there are so many researchers out there that the single most influencing factor on an employee, no matter if it's engagement, health, and productivity, satisfaction, the single most factor is the direct leader of this person. It's not work time, it's not money, it's not the colleagues, it's not the desk, it's not whatever. It's the single most thing is the direct person in front of them. So they are searching for another culture, and you need to provide them. Step number three, what they are searching is remote opportunities. And I see such a huge problem with a lot of companies. When this COVID situation started a couple of years ago, what happened? Basically, everybody jumped into the remote world and everybody offered home office. So guess what? People and companies and employers who always said, no, home office is not possible. Suddenly it was possible. Okay, suddenly it was possible. And then when all its restrictions stopped, a lot of companies did either the one or the other thing, but 100%. So they tried to get all the people back to the office, or they tried to keep all the people in their home office. And guess what? Both ideas are not good. Why? Because there are people who love to work in the office, and there are people who love to work at home. And when you put somebody who loves to work at home and you force them to work in the office, guess what? He will just leave your company. The problem is he will not leave now. He will stay in your company the next 5, 10, 1.5 years, being more and more disengaged until he finally finds something better. And in the meantime, you are paying him, you lose productivity, you lose engagement, and he is poisoning the rest of your organization. Okay? So they are actively searching for the right opportunities. So you need to be careful in selecting the employees. And the fourth step is, and this is important because a lot of people get this wrong, they are searching for fair payment. They are searching not for more payment necessarily. So this means the payment is not the number one driving factor anymore. Okay? When you pay them like shit, okay, they will leave it. Payment, this is what they are searching for. And when you tell them that there are opportunities to grow, then they will also take a little salary probably at the beginning when you have all the other things in place. They will not stay the next 5 years with a little salary. But when the fair payment is in place and you have all the other things, think about it. The stats from before. 1 out of 3 would be rather unemployed than unhappy as a job. So most of them would take another job where you offer these 3 things, even if you are not the best paying employer in the marketplace. And this is basically what you need to think about. And so what I started to do is basically we started to apply all these things. And I started to apply all these things, especially when it comes to marketing and sales, into the recruiting process. And the results were just unbelievable because the results were like this. You see 50 applications. Okay, that's nice, but posted 1 hour ago. And I'm talking about a free job advertisement. I did not spend a penny for the last application process. So our last hiring was exactly what I just told you. So we had 50 people in the first hour who applied for the job. We were searching for 1 new employee. In the second hour, we had 71 people who applied for this job. The results were mind-blowing for me. Because instead of 1 person, we were able to hire 3 people. We were able to hire a virtual assistant and marketing assistant, what we were actually searching for. But the people who applied for this job were so incredible good that we also could hire a marketing manager, and we could hire a vice president of business development. Okay. Plus, in addition to this, we have still 4 people where we know that they are just waiting until we open new positions again, because they would be a perfect fit for a position we are going to hire at the end of the year. And this was just because we applied the right thing at the right time. So then what did we do? We took exactly the things what we did in our company and applied it in our customers. So these are just a couple of customers where we applied what I just told you. So in the next couple of months, we did over 23 projects with small and medium-sized businesses, but also with big international corporate groups like Toyota, for example. Yeah. So who knows Toyota? Everybody sometimes heard about. Yeah. Okay. Somebody knows Toyota. Thank you. Good. So guess what? It happened for them too. So now is the question, okay, how can we use this? And this is basically what I want to share at the end of my presentation here. So basically, how can everybody find, attract, and retain great talent to have this remote culture revolution in place? Guess what? I need to be hard to you. I'm sorry. Probably you did a lot of efforts in this area, but employer branding is dead. Welcome to HR marketing and HR sales. It was a great time that people needed to apply to be hired. But guys, it's changed. We, as an employer, need to apply for them to be seen. We need to apply to be the right employer, the right partner for them, the right leadership. So we need to apply, and not the applications, not the job seekers need to apply anymore. And how does this look like? So I show you here the perfect hiring process in a nutshell. And if you have any questions, we can definitely cover them in the Q&A sessions later, but we can also cover them in something I'm going to share later with you. So in a nutshell, how does the perfect hiring process looks like in the meantime? It's lead generation, it's lead nurturing, it's lead qualifying, and then it's closing the deal. And this is how you find, attract, and retain great talent. And then you have the perfect hire. Okay, so what is lead generation? You need to generate a lot of people who are probably thinking of you as an employer of the future. Then you need to nurture these contacts. So it is not working anymore that somebody sends you his CV and then you do not hear from you over the next 6 weeks. 100%, they are not interested anymore when they don't hear anything from you over 6 weeks in the hiring process. So you need to nurture these leads. You need to build trust. You need to build relationship. You need to build relationship, a communication. This is the word I was searching for. And then you need to qualify the employee. And qualify the employee means, in my opinion, and what you saw, what we did in this company, one thing. Hire for attitude, train for skills. One more time. Hire for attitude, train for skills. Because you can train them on how they can use your program, or how they can use a phone script, or how they can use your business tools. But it is extremely hard to train engagement, or train personal development, or train attitude, or train whatever, okay? So that is what lead qualifying means. So you need to be aware, okay, where is this person? So thank you for sharing this, Tim. We are talking about the soft skills here, okay? The hard skills is always easier to teach. And then you need to close the deal. And your deal needs to be good. Your deal cannot be, hey, I'm paying more, I'm paying 10% more than the competitor, come to us. It's not working anymore. It's just not working, okay? And if they don't start in your company right now, guess what? You need to do follow-up and follow through until they are in your company. And that's basically the way how you can approach or how you can use HR marketing and HR sales. That's the only way on how you can establish this. That's basically what we did. And you see a couple of companies, and it is working. No matter if it's a small business owner with just 5 employees and he wants to have the next employee, or if it's a big corporate group like Siemens with hundreds of thousands of employees, it is just working. And the reason why I show you this is because we want to help you with this too. And we want to really, 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 really appreciate that you are sharing your time today with us. And that's basically what we have as a gift for you today. So all of these companies are telling it. The Business Roundtable, the World Economic Forum, Deloitte, Gallup, all of them are talking about it. Yeah. So that's what we prepared for you. And this is how we want to say thank you that you are taking the time for us and joining us with you today. So you have the opportunity to have a free CHC check, where basically I will do a free consultation with you, where I show you exactly how you can apply the things I just talked about into your own business, where I talk exactly about how you can do this and adapt this for your business. So you will see that the link in the chat in a couple of seconds. So Ala, please just post the chat, the link in the chat, or I don't know who is online from us in the room at the moment. So you will have the opportunity to use this. And we normally charge a bunch of money because you are saving a bunch of money when you are doing this process in your business. So that's basically how we want to help you and how you can establish this in your own company. And who already wrote book in the chat at the beginning? The entrepreneurial booklet, what I told at the beginning. Raise your hands. Who already wrote it or who knows about it already? Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you. Yeah. So if you are an employer and you don't have your own business, probably, I would highly recommend the book I wrote. Why? Because I'm talking about exactly this HR marketing and this HR sales approach. So everything what I wrote about in this book, you can just take, copy and paste and use it in your own business. So if you don't have the book yet, so just write book in the chat and we are going to send it to you. So just write book in the chat and we are going to send it to you. Yeah. Thank you, Rudy. Perfect. So everybody who wants to have this, just write it in the chat and we are going to send it to you later. Yeah. And use this opportunity. So just register. It's for free. You cannot buy anything in this meeting, but I want to really, really say thank you that you are taking the time with us. So this is basically how you can start taking advantage of these things. This is basically how you can start leveraging and expanding into this recession and into this crisis so many people are talking about. This is basically how you can do this in your own company. And to close this here is, imagine if you are putting out the job announcement the next time. Are you with me? Imagine if you put it out and within the first couple of hours, you get dozens of highly qualified people who are begging you to work for you and love to work for you. Imagine how your recruiting and hiring process would change. Imagine how your business would look like. Imagine how this would be for your business from a productivity standpoint, and especially when it comes to having the best talent in your company. Wouldn't this be great? How would your business look like? How would you like this? This is what I wish you. And so take care of your employees, take the advantage for the free consultation, and I'm really looking forward, and I hope we can see us in a free call in the next couple of days. So thank you for that, and I wish you the best with your employees and a lot of success and all the things you can imagine. Thanks for that. Good. Any questions before we jump to the next session here? We will have a Q&A session in 25 minutes. Sorry, in 25 minutes, we will start our Q&A session. But now we are basically going back to the main room, and we are going to close the whole CHC Summit in the main room. So one more time. So we are going back to the main room, and the next thing is we are going to have these rapid fire success tips with awesome speakers and awesome experts from the whole day. So you can also ask questions afterwards. We have an open networking session. We have a Q&A session. So a lot of awesome things are coming to you, but we are going to continue in the main room. So please go back to the main room. If you need help, I'm here. I will help you with it. And we will see you in a couple of seconds in the main room. So on the bottom of your screen, just leave the room. Be careful, not leave the meeting, leave the room, and we will see you in the main room in a couple of seconds. Fire success tips.
Great. So it's great that you joined us here in the main room again. So just because we received a feedback, so I just may remind you of the upcoming agenda points. We will now at 7:15 CET have a roundtable rapid fire success tips with the speakers and the experts. And half an hour later, we will have a Q&A session. It will be a possibility to discuss and to ask further questions, and it will be an open-end discussion. So I think last year we stayed there for at least 1 more hour, then finally talking about whiskey and.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hayzlett already shared this, that he met basically a really cool story. So probably you heard it in the first session in the room entrepreneurship today. Jeffrey Hayzlett shared that he literally yesterday in the evening partnered with somebody, and he's now having his own whiskey brand, and they are going to make a C-suite network limited edition whiskey. So Christian Steiner, wherever you are,
Here I am.
Yeah.
I'm starting tasting until I get these. Yes, here it is.
That's good. Yeah. So thank you, Katrina, for moderating this, and let us get the people together we want to have on our virtual stage here. Yeah.
So can I close the breakout rooms?
I think so. If nobody is there anymore, we can stop the breakout rooms because everything will happen here now. Yes.
Okay, then I close them.
Good. So let's go. Let's get our speakers to join us here. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? So good. Okay, guys, I think you need to help me that we get the people here. Mario, I will get you here, and we will have, I think the others are still in the breakout rooms. I'm not sure yet. Yeah. So what we want to do here. Eva and Anna, please help me. Who is here, and that we can bring them on the virtual stage. That I don't find them in the list at the moment. Yeah. What we want to do over the next couple of minutes is basically wrap this up with the most successful and important things you can imagine. So what do I mean with this? You heard so many things over the last couple of hours. And one of my biggest challenges in my entrepreneurial journey over the last 22 years was, okay, where is my clarity? Where is my focus? What should I do next? So this is basically what you should think about. What can you do immediately, and what is basically needs to be done next? Yeah. So this is what we want to do. I know Mario a couple of minutes ago, but I know a lot of people were in the other room. So Mario, let's start with you. Mario basically built a massive modern organization in his company. And he was able to transfer and change the leadership structure and the culture from a very traditional and old school organizational structure to a hyper modern one with highly engaged employees, with massive, massive self-responsibility, and in my opinion, an organizational structure which is the needed structure for the future. So Mario, what are the 3 most important things when people want to go after this, what they should do right now or what they can do right now to transfer their organization?
Yeah, the 3 most important things is that if you want to transform your organization, you really have to believe in that. Yeah, you have to believe in this vision so that people can follow you. Yeah, it's a hard way, so strong belief is necessary. The second thing is be yourself. Don't wear a mask, be human, so that they see that employees, partners, they see that you're human with all the problems, all the good things that you have as human. And the third thing is trust. You need to have a lot of trust in the people, in your employees, etc. And then you get a lot of things back when you trust them in what they do and what they can.
That's awesome, Mario. Thank you so much. Then, Marcy, let's jump to you. So, Marcy, you had the honor to have the session with John Pattison and with Rockwell Sheraton. I'm still wanted to be you the whole day. Of course, I wanted so much in being in this session. So, I know both of them cannot be live with us now, but what are the 3 main takeaways from the session from John, what you took from his conversation this day? What are the main 3 takeaways from John Pattison?
So, because these are dear friends of mine, I've known these guys a while, and I've watched their careers like I've had my own. And because have such a stronghold in the entertainment industry alongside with them, it is so humbling to watch everybody's career get to the levels that they're at. The reason that Rockwell and Katarina just heard it is because first, people have to like you. You cannot go through life and business being an asshole, especially in the entertainment industry. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. And you're always fighting with egos and the whole thing. So John and Rockwell are in similar entertainment, but John 3Ds it basically, which is spectacular, and Rockwell is old school. So John has jumped forward getting into computerizing everything, or AR or VR or whatever, all of that. Again, Rockwell is old school. So John, again, is A, very well liked, B, very well respected, which is definitely point number 2. You have to not toot your own horn if you have nothing to back it up. So honesty about who you are, what you do, and the level that you get to makes other people in the industry respect you. There's too many posers in various industries that say things and they have nothing to back it up. That loses a lot of respect. So especially in entertainment, as the 3 of us are, if you don't have anything backing what you say, you will be found out and people will not work with you. So John and Rockwell are very similar people they've worked with, projects they've worked on. They are the highest level in the entertainment industry. I mean, when you're talking David Bowie and Madonna and Michael Jackson and all these names that everybody drops, they have worked with them. They have done these projects. John is more in the tech area of it, and Rockwell has remained old school because he doesn't need to be tech. So that's really the similarities between those guys. And because the industry has changed so dramatically, both of them did not even go into how it has changed and how much it has changed. But Rockwell did say a very important point, which is you are only as good as your last project, or you're only as good as your last film. And that is true. So in that industry specifically, you have to bust ass every single day to try to one up what you did before. And I would say that that's a lesson, I think, in most industries. You can't just settle for good. You have to go above and beyond to great, incredible, amazing, and you have to leave a long-lasting legacy, or you will just be passed by.
100% agreed, Marcy. Thank you so much for sharing this. And I can totally agree, because also, for example, Jeffrey Hayzlett talked about being remarkable. And also Jeff Goldstein and I, we talked about this. You need to go above and beyond, especially when times get tough and when a lot of negative outside things are going after your clients and your leads, and possibly also behind you. So I totally agree, 100%. Thank you for sharing this. So
no, you're welcome.
Katrina, you were talking about in both rooms, so in the future of work and in the future of entrepreneurship. So what are the 3 things entrepreneurs should do right now when it comes to your topics?
Yes, thank you, Stefan. I was talking about mental health, and the truth is, number one takeaway, mental health starts with yourself. So you first of all have to take care of yourself. And we also discussed this at the B2C room, so at the room for future of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are nowadays dealing with so many topics, and they have to deal with their business with so many issues at the same time. They have so many to-dos on their list, right? They always have to make sure either to go ahead with their business, to start it, to further develop it, to expand it. However, the first thing that they tend to forget is themselves. So therefore, take good care of yourself, because the truth is nobody else will do. And because I was also talking about mental health on the company level. So what can companies do to promote mental health of their coworkers and to promote healthy structures? We discussed this. What really needs to be done nowadays, independently of either we are in Europe, either we are at the US, it's destigmatization of the topic. So it's still nowadays somehow people don't dare to talk about it, and it has not yet become normal to talk about it. And by means of making this a normal topic that everybody once in a life or once in a while deals with, opens up the communication and opens up possibilities to tackle the issue. And in fact, there is one more thing that I would like to add as a takeaway. It's not necessarily related to mental health, but it was rather one of the parts Rockwell was mentioning now. It's you have to know your business. Because, of course, besides taking care of yourself and taking care of the mental health, you really have to know the field in which you are active, in which you are working. Because if you don't, you will miss so many opportunities, and you can only win if you really perfectly know the field where you're working in.
That's awesome, Katrina. Thank you so much. I'm taking a bunch of notes like always. So you saw it already in the rooms that I always take a bunch of notes on myself. So I already learned so much from our experts today. To be honest, I learned so many things. And let's go with you next, Jeff. So what are your 3 most important things, what people should do when they want to grow their business, multiply their revenue, and be more successful in these tough economic times? Jeff. You are on mute.
Thank you, guys. Stephen, appreciate it. Of course, Katerina, good to hear you finally. And of course, always interested to hear what Miss McGovern has to say. She's incredible. I'm going to use one word 3 times, and it's coaching, coaching, coaching. That's what's really taken my business to the next level. Even in real estate, Stephen, I know that when you and I have discussed business, we didn't specifically talk about real estate, but you have allowed me to talk to people in the industry of home buyers, in the $1 million range, $2 million range, that I'm able to communicate clearly and effectively and efficiently, where before I was kind of on the fence about it. But now I'll talk to anybody and everybody. The more the merrier. And again, I'm just looking to be coached up. I can't get enough coaching. I listen to a lot of YouTubes, as I mentioned before. I've spent quite a bit of money on Grant Cardone and Anthony Robbins, who are fantastic. And I don't regret spending my money with them, and I'm still learning. But it's people like you who have a personal interest in what my business does. You know, hearing your voice, your inflections, your cadences, speaking to me directly, as opposed to 100,000 people at one time. I feel love from you and your people. And again, I really judge people and businesses from the person that I talked to first, which was Marcy. And Marcy, again, I do not take many phone calls because in business, time is money. But you said all the key ingredients. You treated me like you were the CEO of Stephen's company. And then once I got to meet Stephen, the rest is history. So my answer to your question, Stephen, it's coaching times 3. And I appreciate everything you've taught me, and I can't wait for our next coaching session. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you so much for joining us today. Guys, what Jeff just mentioned is exactly what brought me over the last 22 years where I am now with awesome team members who set up this CHC Summit for you. I was not able to do this alone. I was not able to kick off things alone. I was waiting much too long to have awesome people around me and trying to figure out all these things on my own. I was just waiting much too long at the early days when I became an entrepreneur at the age of 18 already, because I did not know it. And also what a person who I highly appreciate and respect is always saying, you don't know what you don't know, okay? So if you don't even know what questions you should ask, it's even harder to find the right answer, right? Because you heard a lot about AIs today, about ChatGPT. I mean, we are using it massively in our company in the meantime, because it's a blessing when you use it the right way, okay? Don't forget the second part of this mentioning, okay? But you need to ask the right question. And I was not able to do this a long time, especially at the beginning, because I did not have the experience. So let's go on with what Jeffrey Hayzlett shared with us. So I'm going to take a look at my notes here, what my main takeaways from him were. So he said something which is really sticking with me, because he said, when you go into something, it is so important for him that these 3 criteria are in place. He wants to have fun with this. He wants to make money with this. And he wants to learn with this. So have fun, make money, and learn. And if he is not sure that a new product or a new partnership or a new venture or a new company he's buying is delivering these 3 things, guess what? He's not doing it. So what does this mean? He has defined his criteria. He has his values in place on how he's judging opportunities. And if he's going into these opportunities, and so I struggled with focus so long, and it was so hard to stay focused and have the clarity. So I used coaches over years that they have the accountability. They help me being accountable for myself, for my team, for my companies, to have the focus, to have the clarity. Okay, so, but you need to have your values in place. You cannot focus on 1,000 things at a time. And especially you cannot focus on 1,000 things when you are a solopreneur, because you are the one-man show. You have to do everything on your own. And guys, believe me, because this was a failure, a mistake, what I did in my past. When you are throwing too many different things even onto the best team you can imagine, you can destroy the best people. So you need to be also aware of how you are focusing the tasks and the projects and the team efforts you are putting on the heads of your people, of your team members. Because nobody is the universe. Everybody has at some point a situation where it is too much. And me too. And I experienced this too. Okay, so this focus is so important. And this basically brings me to my 3 things and what is necessary to get into the 4th thing. So my 3 things is what I needed to learn to deal with tough economic times, to deal with tough situations, but to be able to expand into a crisis where personal development, I needed to outgrow myself. I needed to become a better human being. I needed to become a better leader. I needed to become a better coach. I needed to become a better employer. So personal development. Second thing is never, ever give up. When you heard my story, who heard my story in the entrepreneur room today? Everybody heard, somebody heard my story in the entrepreneur room? Raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. I see a couple of people. Yeah. So when you heard my story, you know that I basically failed so many times and I failed so hard. But there was one thing I never ever did. I never gave up. And this is what you need to have. You can get punched in the face as often as you can imagine, and even more. As long as you get up one more time that you get punched down, you will become successful. Not just only in business, also in life and in your relationships and in your social life and in your health. So just don't lay down, get up. This is what I needed to have to learn. And this is basically step number 3, what I already talked about, this focus and clarity. And these 3 things, so personal development, never ever give up, and focus and clarity are basically the foundation for your success on how you can expand into a crisis, on how you can take advantage of these opportunities. And then you can set up your personal perfect success process in your company, what we are talking about in the entrepreneur room today. And this perfect success process is basically what I also talked about when it came to HR marketing and HR sales. And this is what Jeffrey Hayzlett told you in the first conversation. And this is how I want to wrap this rapid fire success tips up. He was asking the crowd what companies they know. And he were mentioning a couple of companies. So for example, WhatsApp or General Motors or yeah, it was a long day. So Twitter. Twitch, I think. Yeah, Twitch was the company. Yeah, or Amazon and a lot of other companies. IBM. What have all these massive companies in common? They started in a recession. And they started where massive downturn was going on planet Earth. And all of them became the biggest you can imagine. So focus on the opportunities, guys. Focus on the opportunities because the opportunities are there. They are bigger than ever before. And when you do what all the experts talked about today, for sure, you will get out successful of this situation at the end of this situation. And you will be one of the winners. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being engaged with us. And thank you for being this awesome crowd we had over the last couple of hours. Thank you for that. You are awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen, and everybody.
Thank you.
Good. Guys, I want to thank you. And before we go to the Q&A section, Katharina already mentioned it. So we will be here with you to answer your questions. We will be here to do the networking with you. But before we start with this, I want to bring one person to the stage and let me help you here. She is basically the mastermind behind this event. She's basically the person who was so heavily involved in this over the last couple of weeks and over the last couple of months. She did all the organization and she did all the things behind the scenes. So I want to thank you so much, Katharina Schnitzler. I'm so proud of you, what you did over the last couple of weeks. Thank you for that. And thank you for giving us this awesome summit. Give a huge applause to Katharina Schnitzler.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, Stefan, you're making me cry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was really a very intense last weeks and months. And thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm missing the words now. No, but the truth is, this is really a very big thing, you know, and it's not possible to do this alone. I mean, it was the whole team behind, and also thanks a lot to the whole CHC team, because without you, that wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much, Stefan. Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, May. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Alain. It's really good to have you, and thank you.
100%. Let's bring them to the stage, because this is basically the next thing. Let's get you here. Where are you? Where are all these remarkable, awesome human beings? I think yeah, here they are. Guys, these are the heroes of the CHC Summit. I cannot do this alone. It's not possible to set up an event like this alone. And these are the heroes. And let me tell you what these guys did over the last couple of weeks. These guys generated over 3,000 new contacts over the last couple of weeks with promoting this event. Over 3,000 contacts. Who want to have a team who is generating over 300 contacts for your company? I mean, I want to have these guys around me. They were doing incredible things. They were doing hard work all around the clock over the last couple of weeks. They were preparing all this, doing phone calls like crazy until the phone was stick to their head, going back and forth again. And they were generating over 1,000, I think 300 people on LinkedIn who clicked on this event, and nearly 400 people who basically registered for this event. But we know that just 20% show up. So we know these numbers, but this is what they did. And so a huge shout out to all of you. I'm so incredible proud of you. Thank you for all this hard work. You are my heroes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good.
thank you.
So to wrap this up, I also want to thank you to all our partners and to our speakers. So I want to mention them one more time. So HotMe, E3 Performance Solutions, and the US Health Advisors. And a special thanks go also to all our speakers, John Pattison, Rockwell Sheraton, Jeffrey Hazlett, Jeff Goldstein, Mario Colla, of course, and also Marcy and Katharina. And also a huge thank you to our media partners who supported us in doing all these things. And the most important thing at the end, because we cannot do this without you. So all the people who joined us over the last couple of hours, thank you, because we are here to serve you. We are here to support you. We are here to having your back, and we are going to help you whatever you need. And I wish you the best success and health you can possibly imagine. And I wish you the best for your life and for your business. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for being with us. I can't believe it. This was the CHC Summit 2023. Awesome hours. I learned a bunch, and now I'm curious, what questions do you have? So use the chat, just raise your hand, just scream out loud. How was it? What questions do you have? What do you need? What do you want to discuss? Let's go.
Steven, I'll jump into it. And thank you guys very much for putting this together. I've already connected with a lot of the participants. I think this was phenomenal. I don't even remember how long ago I clicked on it on LinkedIn and registered, but I'm grateful that I did, because I had no expectations or understanding in what I was getting into. And I got a wealth of information, knowledge. Thank you for the book that's coming. I do want to ask a question, because I will follow up with the link as far as your offer to give us a consultation. How long are you keeping that available, in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, awesome question. Thank you for being with us, Aaron. So just schedule the meeting. It's no problem that you schedule it for a couple of weeks from now. So we will close it in a couple of hours. So just use the link you got in the chat. We will post it one more time in the chat, that everybody has the opportunity to take advantage of this free offer from us and this free bonus, what we are giving. So after you jump out of the meeting, Aaron, just schedule your meeting right away. And it's no problem. It's also available that you schedule it for May, for example, or in a couple of weeks from now. But just do it as soon as possible, please. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you all. I'm going to drop off. I have a 2 p.m., but pleasure to meet everyone. Take care.
Awesome.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Aaron.
See you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good. Please also copy the second link for the companies. So if somebody has employees, you can definitely use the free CHC check that you have both the links. Oh yeah, thank you. That we have both the links in the chat. Good. Who is next? What questions do you have? We are here for you. Let's go. I already spoke the whole day. I don't have to speak anymore.
I want to tell you something, Steven, and then all the people here. I think this is so important what Katharina said about mental health. In the times where we live, and I think for a very long time, we didn't look for the mental health of our employees, etc., all over the world, and mental health in private life, etc. And this is so important topic, and I'm hoping so much that more and more companies have a focus on mental health of their team. And I want to use this here to say thank you to Katharina as well, because she's doing a great job with our team. And I don't know what is happening. This isn't the matter, but I see that since we started it, I think in September or so, each month there's some hours used by our team, and this shows me that it is very important to do this, and that Katharina is doing a great job for our team here. And hopefully there are more and more also people in our team who get to the level that they say, this is something that really helps me, not only for the job, but also for private life, for personal development, for personal issue solving, etc. So thank you so much for that, and thank you so much that you also mentioned it here, Katharina, that mental health is such an important thing in companies.
Thank you so much, Mario. It's I'm flattered, and this is really a best practice case. Your company is so much advanced in so many aspects, because you already have so many things in place that other companies don't even dare to dream of. Like you managed to establish an open communication culture, so people are not afraid of talking and saying things like that are bothering them. And in fact, they are like very open. Like when it comes to the coaching, they are really very open in sharing things, and they always have how can I say, they always manage to find the link to themselves. So, for example, it could be an example. I have a problem with a coworker. So what's wrong with me that I have a problem with this person, right? So that's the good thing about the coaching, because if you're always blaming the others, you won't be able to further develop yourself. And I can really see that in our coaching sessions that Mario, you and your CEO colleagues are doing a really great job. And I know that you are putting a lot of effort in the people issue and in the work culture. And I can see there a big reflection and a very big appreciation from the side of the people. They really, really like to work with you, and it really pays off, in fact. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's really great. So what other questions do you have? Who wants to share something? Let's see, who is an entrepreneur who is still online? Who is an entrepreneur and has his own business? Raise your hands or type in the chat. Entrepreneurs? Yeah, I see you, Christian. I know you have Jeff. I know you have Eva. Yeah, I see you. Marcy. Great. Okay. Who has team members and employees or contractors or freelancers? Raise your hand. Freelancers, Christian, yes, of course. Employees, good. No employees, good. Okay, then we are talking to entrepreneurs here. That's great. So what do you need as an entrepreneur? What questions do you have? Mercy, that's awesome. Thank you for the great opportunity to interact. What's the future of entrepreneurship and work in Africa? I love this question. To be honest, in my opinion, your whole continent has the biggest opportunity ever. But a lot of people do not have access to this opportunity yet. I give you an example, Mercy. We are working with a project in Kenya, and Hubert is basically in this refugee camp, which is one of the biggest, I think it's even the biggest refugee camp in Africa or at least in Kenya. And Hubert came up with an awesome idea. And he, first of all, started to use the opportunities he had. So basically, he borrowed a phone and he tried to get access to internet and electricity to teach himself online skills. And first, he learned on how to use Word and Excel and Zoom and stuff like that. The next thing he basically did was he taught himself on how to do Amazon selling. And how he can support other people on doing this. Why? Because his researches brought him, okay, there are a lot of opportunities and Amazon is searching for a lot of freelancers, a lot of people, a lot of contractors. And he basically self-taught him this skill set. But what I love about Hubert so much is he did not stop there, but then he thought, okay, good. I did it now for myself. Let's start doing something on how I can help other people do exactly the same. And he started a venture in the refugee camp. And he basically got one used laptop and one used phone. And when you know about these refugee camps, it's horrible what's going on there. I mean, basically nobody even can imagine in the middle of Europe or in the US or in established countries what's going on in these camps. Basically, the UN is just throwing rice over the walls once a day, and that's it. And sometimes, hopefully, they have electricity. And basically, it's a dead end for the people who are there. So they are not even allowed to leave the camp. Can you imagine? So basically, they are prisoners in these camps. But though of all these obstacles, Hubert got these things and he started to teach 11 people in front of one laptop. 11 people in front of one laptop with a lot of power outtakes and with horrible internet connections. But he did not give up and he taught the same things he's experienced and he learned to these 11 people. And guess what happened? One of them got employed immediately by Amazon after this. and the others started to use platforms like Upwork and Fiverr to work as freelancers. And what Hubert is doing right now is, and this is where we started to partner with him last year, is he started to search to expand this because he proved it to himself. Then he started to do it for his environment, and then he did it for other people. And now what he needs is he needs 20 laptops to teach the next 500 people to do exactly the same. And when he gets these 20 laptops, and when he gets a generator for electricity, and when he can use the Starlink, because this is basically the setup what he needs, then he will be able to not even teach 11, but to even teach 500 people to earn their own money and to earn an opportunity to get their life back and to be able to establish the environment that they can leave the camp and that they never ever need to get back to these crazy situations. So Hubert for me is an incredible inspiration, and I think he was online some point today. And this is what the core of entrepreneurship is to me personally. So there are millions of people who are in horrible situations. But in my opinion, we cannot wait until the government is changing it. We cannot wait until the government is taking care of us. We cannot wait until some president or a better future person, whatever, is taking care of the environment, is taking care of the social life, is taking care of my health, is taking care of these horrible situations. In my opinion, and I would like to hear your opinions afterwards. In my opinion, entrepreneurship is the solution to solve problems which will never be solved by governments, politicians, or all these people who are just talking crap all the days. So I think this should be not only for Africa, but for the whole world, be the future. What are your opinions on that? Mercy, just unmute yourself if it's possible.
Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stefan. You couldn't have said it any louder and better, because it's actually, we are sharing the same sentiments. And of course, I feel like creating jobs and opportunities helps eradicate poverty, right? And whatever Hubert, or is it Hubert you're talking about?
Yeah.
Actually, his business is the same as I think my enterprise as well. I sell liquid detergent, and using that small business that I have, I do women empowerment. I have a women empowerment program, because where I live, there's a lot of FGM in my village, early childhood marriages, children drop out of school. So it's a very sad situation, and I've grown up around it all my life. And I really want to change my environment. So I came up with a small entrepreneurship forum where I train the women. They learn how to make the detergent. They come and do small jobs, because I'm not big enough. Like I can't employ, so they can just come to do some small jobs around, and they're all women. And that way they can put food on the table and also eradicate poverty. And of course, that's and definitely putting my county and my country on the map and bettering people's lives. So yes, so definitely those are great remarks, and we share the same sentiments.
Oh, that's so awesome. Congratulations. Give a huge shout out to Mercy. That's really great what you are doing. That's really awesome. Mercy, you definitely should connect with Marcy, because what we are preparing behind the scenes is our remarkable ladies are preparing a ladies only female entrepreneur group and special networking opportunities for you in the future. So definitely keep or get in touch with Marcy, and we are going to set you up for our networking group if you like, and you can reach a lot more people, and it's just awesome. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd love that. I'll share my link, my LinkedIn profile on the chat.
Perfect. Thank you, Mercy.
Thank you.
Good. What are the others thinking? Let's take a look at the chat. Good. Thanks. Input, inspiration. Yeah, I have to go. Yeah, thanks for the amazing event. Great, Christian. Gotta try and great 4 hours. See you next week, Stefan. Yes, I really look forward to all of this being recorded. Of course, it was. My brain is so overstimulated to retain all this info, fantastic information, though I want to make a note and retain. Definitely, Melissa. Thank you for sharing this feedback. And we would love to hear more from you and also have a private conversation on how you can, how you go forward. That's thanks for the opportunity. I have to leave. Yeah, thank you for all the people. Yeah. Good. So again, we are here for you. So if you have any other questions, Melissa, Susmita, Diana, just unmute yourself. We are here and let's go. Good. Mercy, thank you for sharing your LinkedIn. That's great. Any other questions? No. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Okay, Mercy, do you have another question or you want to add anything else?
I think I'm basically okay. You've covered most of the things I really needed to know about entrepreneurship and how to, of course, put my team together and the growth process. So I am so grateful for the interaction so far. I've had experiences as well, and I really look forward to interacting more with you. And yes, and Marcy, you kept saying Marcy. I kept thinking it's me.
I know.
And we're two Marcys.
Vice versa.
So I really look forward to having more conversations like this, having more interactions and connections. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Awesome.
reaching out to you, Mercy.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Good. Then I would say if you don't have any questions anymore, last chance, ask your questions, post it in the chat. 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Good. Thank you so much. This was the CHC Summit 2023. It was awesome, remarkable, astonishing, and just great. Bless you, a lot of success, and stay healthy. Please go out and fulfill your dreams and do something great. Thank you and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our team. Good job.